if we understand it as a voice, if we understand it as a sound, how does that change our entire understanding of what Torah is? Because this is the moment when Torah is received. If it's received as a voice, what does that mean for us in our tradition that's descended from this moment? If it's received as thunder or a sound, purely a sound with no words, what does that mean for our tradition that's descended from this moment? And so we're going to skip a source and turn to the next page. And I want to look at two commentaries on this kol, one from Ramban, Nachmanides, and one from Rashi, who have two divergent understandings of what the kol is. So I'll start with page 6. Ramban's understanding of this last part, that God ya'anenu b'kol, God answered with a kol, and I won't translate it. We'll leave it open. Ya'anenu b'kol, God answered Moses with a kol. So I'll read and I'll skip a bit to the bottom, but starting from the top paragraph on page 6. In the Mechilta, in this Midrash, the rabbis have said that this verse refers to the time of the giving of the Torah, of Matan Torah, when Moses was proclaiming the commandments to Israel, as Rashi has written, as we'll see. So, by way of the plain meaning of the scripture, the verse here does not yet speak of this. It is rather to be explained as follows. God came down upon the mountain on the third day, and Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet the glory, the Anan, which appeared to them, and they stood at the bottom part of the mountain, Betachtit Tahar. Moses went up near the top of the mountain where the divine presence was, in a place designated for himself, and he spoke with Israel, teaching them what to do. The Israelites heard the voice of God answering Moses and commanding him, but they did not understand what God said to him. Thus, God commanded Moses the precepts mentioned further on this section, another verse. Go down, charge the people, get thee down, and you will come up, and Aaron with you, etc. This happened before the giving of the Torah, and also during the time when the 10 Commandments were given, for Moses did not go up to the top of the mount into the thick darkness where God was, until after the giving of the Torah. And so he said, I stood between the Eternal and you at that time to declare unto you the word of the Eternal. For you were afraid of the fire and went not up into the mount, saying that you will ascend, as I did go up. So some scholars explain that the Israelites were very much afraid of the voice of the horn, which became louder and louder, and Moses would say to them at first, direct your thoughts, for now you will hear the voice in such a manner. And immediately God answered him by a voice. A bit of a long explanation. The main takeaway from this, from Ramban's explanation, is it's clear that a voice, he's understanding kol here to be God's voice is speaking not only to Moshe, but also to the Israelites. And yet, even in this understanding that it is a voice, we have that the Israelites heard the voice of God answering Moses and commanding him, but did not understand what God had said to Moses. And I'm curious what questions this raises for you. If we understand, as Ramban does, that God told the Torah to Moses word for word, but the Israelites didn't understand what was being said, what are the implications of that? That the Israelites weren't yet ready to understand. Yes. Yes. Ah, so you're saying that because the Israelites didn't understand every word that God commanded, it was filtered through Moses. Perhaps those commandments in their exact form are less important than we might make them out to be. Oh, I didn't understand you then.
They didn't really understand what was being said at all. So
Right.
you have this sense of terror, and God appears in or as this sense of terror, and add whatever you want to that, awe, mystery, whatever. And so they know that God is speaking to them, and maybe they know they're being commanded in some kind of way. I don't know. But they know that God is speaking, but they don't know what God is saying. So how could it be that God, in this case, would be saying something? Do they know that he's saying something? If they know that he's saying something, but they don't know what it is. How could it be, my thought is a question, how could it be that that's interesting or important or meaningful if you don't really know what the words
That's
are?
a really interesting point. It's I wonder, in this moment, the Israelites don't necessarily know exactly what's about to happen. We know what's about to happen because we've read the Torah and we've read it over and over again each year. But they, in this moment, don't know what's about to happen, whether it's going to be, what the content is going to be.
This better? Okay. I relate this a little bit to what we discussed downstairs in terms of that the manna was to each individual something different upon themselves. And here, instead of just listening to what God is saying to Moses and then hearing it through what Moses is hearing, we have to hear it for ourselves. So we know that something is going on, and we have to create that relationship with God for ourselves, not through Moses. He's brought us there, and now we have to make that relationship specifically, just as the manna would give us what we needed individually. So the same thing with the relationship with God.
Thank you. Other thoughts about this understanding of a voice? So if you flip to page 7, we'll look at an alternative understanding of what Ya'anenu B'Kol, what God's answer with a kol is. This is Rashi's interpretation. We have Ya'anenu B'Kol signifies that God answered Moses in respect to, and that's the ba meaning in respect to the thunder, just as in the Book of Kings, a quote from the Book of Kings that uses this same formation of ba something, he that answers ba'esh, in respect to the fire, i.e. by causing fire to descend. So here, God answered Moses' petition that God's voice might become audible to the vast concourse of people. And this is a bit mysterious. What do you make of Rashi's comment here? What is this be'kol? You have to kind of squint your eyes and tilt your consciousness a bit, so it's good to study at 1 in the morning.
Moses asks God to repeat, I think, and make what he's saying able to be heard by the Israelites down below.
Right. Yes. Thank you. So the way that it's heard is through this thunder, that the only way that however many people can hear this voice all at once is through something at least as loud as thunder or in the form of thunder, and that's the B'Kol here.
So I think triggered by the two in juxtaposition. So the line from the Chadodi, to remember and to preserve, said in one voice. Here, when you read these two texts together, Moshe in the first text heard voice meaning voice. The people heard sound, maybe thunder or just sound, not voice. And that's why they knew something was going on between Moshe and God, but they couldn't perceive or comprehend it. And so in this text, it can be read consistently that Moshe still heard something and beseeches God, now make it comprehensible to the people. So the sound that emanates is heard by Moshe as voice and by the people as sound, noise, thunder.
Thanks, Mark. So this is what you just shared, Mark, is making me think there's actually a few different possibilities. It's actually more than just voice or thunder. There's a possibility that Moses heard a voice. Moses heard God speaking words, which is what we have an account of coming up when God actually gives the Torah. That's one possibility. Moses heard God speaking words. There's a possibility that Moses heard God speaking literal words that are comprehensible to humans, and the Israelites also heard God speaking literal words that were comprehensible to humans. That's one option. Then there's an option that Moses heard words, but the people, the Israelites, heard a sound or thunder. And then there's an option that both Moses and the Israelites heard thunder or a sound. There were no words that were spoken in a way that human beings could understand. And this is probably the most interesting option, because what that essentially means is what we have as the Torah is Moses' interpretation of a mystical, thunderous sound that was not in human language, that our prophet then put into human language with taking the liberties that would be necessary to translate thunder into the scroll of the Torah that we have. Yeah.
There may be evidence of that, given that, like, we have different parts of the Torah written in Aramaic. I mean, it could be like, we're stretched, but later on, but there's certain parts that are a lot harder to understand, and so, that they all sort of heard things in a different kind of a voice, a different type of voice.
Right, exactly. That also makes me think, like you're referring to later parts of the Torah and the Nevi'im and the prophets and writings of the whole Tanakh. There's a major question of what exactly, even if it is words, what exactly is transmitted in this moment at Sinai? Is it the 10 Commandments, which I don't have the text, but if you keep reading, you get, or is it the entire Tanakh, or is it the entire Tanakh and the entire oral tradition of Torah Shabbal Peh that we have that continues on into the future? If we take a less literal and more mystical interpretation of what Torah was given. So I want to examine this question a bit more directly, or a way that I think it's articulated very well, turning back to page 5. And this is where I started thinking about this idea in Benjamin Summers' book on Revelation and Authority, where if you're interested by this and want to keep thinking about this whole book is about exactly the question of what happened at Sinai. So let's see, now that we have a microphone, does someone want to read on bottom of page 5 from Revelation and Authority in English? Oh, thanks.
Did God communicate with Moses using a human voice or a very loud voice? Our understanding of Revelation's nature and its very content changes drastically depending on which understanding we adopt. If call is a voice, Israelites heard God providing specific information to Moses. If it is thunder, then what occurred at Sinai was an overwhelming experience, but not necessarily one in which Israelites acquired distinct teachings from God. The stenographic theory of revelation grows out of the former translation. Participatory theories can align themselves with the latter.
Thank you. So this really lays out the question that we've kind of been dancing around and speaking about, and the implications of these different understandings of kol. And without necessarily knowing exactly what a stenographic theory of revelation is or a participatory theory, if you had to guess as to what that means, like how do you understand stenographic, meaning like stenography, writing everything down, versus participatory? Right, so stenographic being word for word, that God is speaking with a human voice and Moses is writing down exactly word for word what God is saying, versus participatory, which kind of speaks for itself, is that Moses and perhaps also the Israelites are participating in interpreting whatever this thunder is or whatever this sound is and turning it into human words, turning it into the Hebrew Torah that we have. So taking a moment now to reflect on your own relationship to Torah and practice of Jewish tradition, how I kind of know for myself and can kind of guess, like in our community, what our alignment is, but how do you respond to each of these theories? Is there anyone who's drawn more actually to the stenographic theory that Moses wrote down each thing? And I guess what are the implications of this for your real?
Word for word. Could that be where some folks not in our community get the idea that everything is like word for word, that they take it word for word? Is that from possibly from?
Right. I would say that already this is
Yeah.
going outside of a traditional understanding. The more traditional understanding is, yes,
Right, I just
the
would- yeah.
words were given exactly as they are.
Yeah.
And if there was change or interpretation, traditionally that change and creative interpretation was located in the Midrash and the Talmud, and that's where we started to get creative with what the words of the Torah mean. What's interesting about this, what's called participatory theories, is instead of our creative interpretation starting with the rabbis, the creative interpretation, if we understand this kol as thunder or as sound, really started with Moses. He needed to translate a incomprehensible sound into words, and that was an act of interpretation. Susan.
Just one thing. We have to reconstitute community. We haven't been together for 2 years plus. So please say your name, because anybody who speaks, please say your name so that we can get reacquainted with each other. Also, we have, thank God, people who have joined us now who are new to our community. Would love to know everybody by name.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan. I just want to say that when I think of this whole belief of what happened there, I'm not so concerned with what happened there. I'm concerned and thinking about, and this doesn't mean that there's nothing holy, but you know, with critical thinking and critical theory of authorship and editorialship of all of our text, which doesn't take it out of any kind of divinity, but it reinterprets it. I think of the concept, you said like early on that we don't, we of course know what's happening, but we of course are also being enjoined to act as if we are receiving the revelation ourselves. And we have to renew that every time. You know, it's like it's an ongoing process for us. And so if I'm thinking about the stenographic theory of revelation versus the participatory theory, I'm thinking also about some of the discussion downstairs that had to do with what are our obligations and what are our struggles with the text. What kind of struggles do we have in interpretation, in saying certain things? But without the words, it wouldn't have a meaning for me. You know, if it was just left up to each individual as to what that was, so I think it's both and. I don't think it's either or, but I think it necessarily has to be, for me, both and, because I need those words and I can struggle with them. But they're there, and I need those obligations, because otherwise it's just everybody interpreting each person for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Susan. Yes. Oh, Shira, and then next.
Hi, Shira. Thank you. I think probably this is very similar to what Susan said, but I also see the two together, kind of just simply the stenographic being the starting point, the sound, and the participatory being the living of it, our living the Torah.
Mm.
I'm Tammy. I find this a little frightening, because if you take away the authority of divinity, then it's a bunch of people who created all this. And I remember Rabbi David Wolpe saying, does it matter whether Moses existed or not? Well, does it matter if these people existed or not? And how did we get to the point of having a common text and a recognition of authority? Mm-hmm. If it's purely interpretation, then what's my obligation?
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Tammy. So I think partly to that point, I want to skip ahead a little bit in Exodus and go to chapter 20 several verses later. So on page 7, we're in chapter 20, verses 15 and 16. And if you were downstairs, this is what Rabbi Ayelet was speaking about as a very sad verse. I didn't initially see it like that, but I see the sadness in it. I was looking at it from a different angle. So we read in Exodus 20, verse 15, all the people witnessed, literally saw, the thunder and lightning, the blare of the horn, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they fell back and stood at a distance. So speaking of terror, this is the terror reaction. You speak to us, they said to Moses, and we will obey, but let not God speak to us, lest we die. And I'll read it in Hebrew too, just to get some of the repetitions again and the sounds. V'chol ha'am ro'im et ha'kolot, ve'et ha'lepidim, ve'et kol ha'shofar, ve'et ha'har ashen, v'yar ha'am, v'yanu v'yamdu merachok. V'yomru el Moshe, daber ata imanu, v'nishma, ve'al yadaber imanu Elohim, pen namut. So we have the word kol again here a couple of times. And in verse 15, we have this phrase, v'chol ha'am ro'im et ha'kolot. And this was pointed out to me as a moment of kind of synesthesia, because it's saying they saw these loud sounds, and then the next part is they saw saw the lightning and the blare of the horn, the mountain smoking, and fell back at a distance. This is a moment of profound something happening that is a major, major experience. And thinking about the moments when something so physically overwhelming like that happens, there's a sense that's being captured in this roim et hakolot of senses being mixed together beyond a normal, average human experience of physical senses, that they're seeing sounds and at the same time seeing lightning, and there's a sensory mixture happening here that is characteristic of their terror. And then we have this perhaps sad line that the people say to Moses, telling Moses, you speak to us, we'll listen to you, but if God speaks to us, the Israelites, directly, we will die. It will be too much. And so this paints a picture of Moses is hearing either this thunder or this voice and then translating it for the Israelites. This makes it pretty clear that he becomes the mouthpiece for God's call. I'm curious if there are thoughts about that or reactions to that. Taylor.
Hi, everybody. Taylor, a.k.a. Naftali. Some of you know that I am a linguist, and I have my PhD in linguistics. And I couldn't help but think about this when you're talking about the synesthesia and perceiving, because lots of words for seeing or for feeling become words of perceiving and understanding. And I immediately thought of that, where it's this, not just, they saw, like, you see what I'm saying or you feel what I'm saying, but that moves beyond seeing, beyond hearing, to understanding. And on some level, they're understanding this in a way that they're frightened by. That's more than they can handle. So that was where my mind first went with that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Other thoughts? Yeah, Kristen.
Hi, my name's Dan. I was just wondering with this section about Moses and Aaron going up to the mountain, and kind of that question of is the call all voice or is it all thunder? And this seems to be like a strong piece of evidence for it being both. Because for the Israelites, they don't understand it, it's terrifying, it's like presumably bursting their eardrums, something's happening. But for Moses and presumably for Aaron and this elect group of the Kohanim, it seems that they can understand. And the Israelites kind of agree to this arrangement, and they're like, you find out what God wants us to do, you tell us. And it's interesting, like, I wonder how it works, because I guess when you picture the temple and you picture the sanctuary and where the priests are going and they're finding out what God wants the people to do, and they come out and they teach, like, how do we conceptualize this relationship that seems to be established on Sinai in a world where, in Rabbinic Judaism, where there's no central authority, there's not that group of Kohanim who seem to be able to understand better than the average person. So I guess, what do we do with that?
Thank you. That's a great question, and also it brings up questions of power that begin when we start to understand that Moses is speaking on behalf of God, and it's not a democratic process according to this reading. It's not a democratic giving of the Torah in the same way that we've been discussing it. If we read it in the way that Moses is the only one hearing the actual words and the Israelites are hearing only a sound, then that presents a very hierarchical and non-democratic revelation of Torah. I'm sure we can find a redemptive read of it, but at the pshat level, that's what we're left with. Yes, Kristen.
Hi, Kristen. I was kind of also thinking maybe it could be both a thunder and a voice, because the thunder, it made me think it was like the voice of kind of the whole world. It was something so big that it was kind of incomprehensible. So it seemed like two halves of the same thing to me. But also, you can hear something and understand it, but if it's so huge, if the meaning is so big, like you can't grasp that kind of thing. And I just wonder if like you hear it, but like you don't know what the words are actually saying because you've never heard something like that before.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. So, yeah.
We are streaming, so those of us are here.
The Zoomers, we have to hear me too. I'm Mark. There's a strange foreshadowing here, because the people are saying to Moshe, you speak to us and we'll obey. But those of us who have read ahead know that there are plenty of times when the Israelites don't obey Moshe. So you can derive from that, right, spoiler alert, you can derive from that that with an intermediary, it's much easier for the people not to feel commanded. They're basically saying one thing to Moshe, and then they're acting a different way. And so if Moshe is the intermediary or the mediator, we, the people, may find it easier to reject the words of the mediator than if it was a direct relationship. And in fact, that's maybe why the Israelites fear it so much. Because if I have to deal directly, then I'm really committing myself.
That makes me think perhaps that what you're saying, Mark, that if Moshe is the intermediary, it's a lot easier to disobey Moshe than it is to disobey God. Perhaps in this whole discussion, and we're coming to the end of our time, of who is hearing what, who is actually hearing the words, is it only Moshe, and is what problems does that present for our vision that at least I want to have of everyone is receiving the Torah? Perhaps God is setting it up that way so that people feel empowered to question. If it was God, they wouldn't feel empowered to question in the same way that they might feel empowered to question Moshe. And so perhaps that's by design, that we have an intermediary to practice our tradition's practice of questioning, not accepting authority completely, and actually interpreting with a more creative and sometimes disobedient lens. And I'll say, by way of bringing us to a close, part of the reason why I was drawn to this topic for Shavuot is because of our tradition of interpretation, as we're talking about, our tradition of very creative interpretation of what does the Torah mean. We don't have a literal tradition. We have a very creative, interpretive tradition of parshanut throughout all of Jewish tradition. And we can trace that all the way back if we take this understanding of kol to be kol as this ambiguous and unclear sound, at least partly. We can trace that all the way back to the moment of revelation itself, that something is being interpreted at the very moment that it's heard. That already we've never had a literal tradition, even from the very moment it was given. It's always been open for interpretation, and that's baked into the revelation of Torah. And so I want to look finally at the bottom of page 7 from an essay from the 20th century philosopher Franz Rosenzweig on Jewish learning. And we'll leave you with an enigma, in a way. He writes, the primary content of revelation is revelation itself. God came down. This already concludes the revelation. God spoke is the beginning of interpretation, and certainly I am. So we trace interpretation back pretty early, as soon as God speaks. That's where it begins. And that's characteristic of what we're doing as we discuss and learn, and is characteristic of our tradition from the very beginning. So I'll close there, and we'll transition to our next teaching.
יישר כוח to Grace. We're going to take a 7-minute pause, use the bathroom, get some food, and we'll continue at 1:05 or 06.
I'm just going to note that if we don't want anyone to leave us, if you are planning to leave, you should leave through the 89th Street exit. The 88th Street exit is no longer open. So just make sure that you're exiting the building on 89th Street if and when you head out.
I'm sorry, we forgot to announce that all doors are locked. You can't leave.
And there may not be any more cheesecake, so it's really exciting. Now you need the Torah.
Hi da hi da hi hi da hi da oh hi da hi 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 da 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 hi da hi hi da hi 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 da hi da hi da oh hi da hi hi da Hag Sameach. So the idea, the notion is that the Torah was given in the wilderness, Bamidbar, and was read in Bamidbar this morning, for those who are here, which I was not. But so I just wanted to spend a moment. What are the reasons that we hear, we understand, according to the tradition, that the Torah was given in the wilderness? What are some of the responses? Why was the Torah given in the wilderness? Does anyone know? Besides that, Bamidbar is typically read right before Shavuot. So that's one of the ways that they're connected. Anyone have heard any of the interpretations? Yes. What's your name?
Noah.
Noah.
Rav Hirsch says that it's so that the Torah alone is what constitutes us as a nation, and not the land that we're tied to.
Beautiful. Okay, so the exclusivity of the relationship with Torah that is not marred or any way by a relationship with some triangle with the land. Okay, great. That's one. Any other thoughts? No, come on. Yeah. It's a humble place. So the wilderness is a place of humility. And in fact, there's a tradition that we're supposed to make ourselves like the wilderness in order to get the gift of Torah. It says the Talmud that we are supposed to be like the wilderness, empty and vulnerable and humble in order to receive the matana, the gift of Torah. Any other reasons given? Some other? Yes, Susan.
From the discussion this morning, that there were no politics, there was no political, that the relationship with God was the essential relationship.
Beautiful. So I heard a little bit this past week that an apolitical place in the wilderness that wasn't regulated in that way. And some of the typical answers given are that it's a place that's ownerless, the wilderness, so that someone can't say it's mine. And also that it was given to everyone who wanted it, right? It was not, while it may be the exclusive relationship between us and God, it's not exclusive to anyone in particular. And the wilderness is not a place that's owned. It's hefker, it's ownerless, and therefore it makes the Torah accessible to anyone who wants to receive it. So these
are some of the many explanations given why Torah is given in the wilderness. Today I want to study a text of the Eish Kodesh, the Piaseczner Rebbe, who was the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto. His teachings are compiled. Actually, I mean, he has a number of books. He was a pedagogue also. His Parshanut texts are compiled and are in a book called Eish Kodesh, the Sacred Fire. And he is commenting, actually this is a text based on Parashat Yitro, the parasha in which the revelation occurs in the book of Exodus, of which what Grace just read from chapter 19 is a part of that, but the parasha is called Yitro because it begins with the story of Yitro, the father-in-law of Moshe. So it's on page 8 in your text. Just in terms of his date, he was born in 1889 and he perished in the Shoah in 1943. And just to note, and this is in the text, he says, by the grace of God, Yitro, this Shabbat I was in hiding. So just to put a framework on where he was teaching from and at what time in 1940 in the Warsaw Ghetto. So it puts a backdrop to this teaching that is hard to ignore. So he's commenting on the pasuk, Vayishma Yitro Kohen Midian Choten Moshe et Kol Asher Asa Elokim LeMoshe LiYisrael Imo Ki Yotzi Adonai et Yisrael MiMitzrayim. Moses' father-in-law, Jethro, Sheik of Midian, heard about all that God had done for Moshe and God's people when God brought them out of Egypt. So Rashi asks, what was it that Jethro heard that made him come to Moshe? Now, what's funny about Rashi's question? I know, funny may be the wrong word, but what seems to potentially be odd about Rashi's question? Anyone have an thought? Yeah, Bonnie.
Sort of like what they said, why are we here today? What brought him out?
Say, why are we here today?
Yeah, what brought him out? Why?
What brought him out? So what's
The connection of what was the calling?
Okay, what was Jethro's calling?
Yes.
Well, okay. Potentially, what motivated Jethro is the question. Okay. So Martha.
That feels like the sort of least important, the least big thing in that whole sentence is that Jethro heard. All that God had done for Moses, all that, coming out of Egypt. So why is that the question that he would ask? Why?
Okay, well, Rashi is interested in any question that might have any conflict, right? So what's interesting, I think, about the question is, and the Eish Kodesh, I'm channeling the Eish Kodesh here, is that in some way the pasuk already told us what he heard, right? I mean, the pasuk says, Moses, Jethro, Sheik of Midian, heard all that God had done for Moshe and God's people Israel when he brought them out of Egypt. Like, it already told us what Jethro heard, all that God had done. So what is it that Rashi, who's a Picayune kind of guy, right, he cares deeply about the specificity of the response, and it seems somewhat a redundant question, because in a certain way the pasuk has already told us what he heard. Now, not in obviously the specifics, but in grand terms, Moshe heard about the power of what God had done in Egypt and taking the people out, and therefore, what is Rashi really asking is the question. What's bothering Rashi? That's the typical question. What's bothering Rashi? Okay. A well-known question Rashi asks, what was it that Jethro heard that made him come to Moshe? Jethro heard about the splitting of the Red Sea and the battle with Amalek. Now, what's Rashi's answer? What does Rashi's answer give us?
I read this to say that I'm Seth. I read this to say that Rashi's saying that specifically what had God done for Moses? Well, it was those two things: the splitting of the Red Sea and the subsequent battle with Amalek.
Great. So he's getting a little more granular. Rashi is taking a macro picture of the drama of what God had done and getting more granular and giving two specific examples, which are the splitting of the sea and the battle with Amalek. Okay. Anything interesting about those two examples? Yeah, Shira.
I think given this evening, the interesting thing to me is it doesn't mention Revelation.
We haven't had Revelation yet.
Okay,
That's
right,
fine.
Okay. So
we're in chapter 18. This is the beginning of so that, just to clarify, no problem. So it hasn't come yet. This is an anticipatory text of the Revelation. So we haven't had that yet. So he hasn't heard that part. Yeah, Bonnie.
I don't know if that's what he heard. I don't know what he heard. But,
So on the one hand, I mean, the assumption, right, is that the grandness of the splitting of the sea would make it into the wonder of what God. The battle with Amalek is a little less compelling on that front. So it seems like an odd it seems somewhat like an odd pair potentially. And they don't necessarily awaken the same kind of grandeur potentially. And the battle with Amalek is a little complicated also in that way. Yeah, Sherry.
I'm just wondering if this is pretty different because just like how many times in the Torah do we have something happen like this, where somebody from the outside, quote unquote, comes to the Jewish people, and then there's a wonder, well, what made him come? What did he hear? What did he see? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember that with other people.
Right. So Jethro is an interesting character, right? Because he's not a Jew, and yet the tradition sometimes, and we'll see in this text, that he becomes Jewish. He's converted, at least according to the story in some. And so in a sense, it's like what compels him. And what is, in many ways, it echoes, we haven't gotten the revelation yet, Shira, but it's anticipating what's so powerful about this God that it calls Jethro to come. What compels him? What motivates him? What does he hear that isn't just heard, but actually sticks and awakens? And so in many ways, we're both hearing the singular story of Yitro, but it has a lot of implications, and also given the context that this is the parasha, that we get revelation, it kind of is in that soup. So we're thinking about him in that way, because we have yet as a people to get Torah, and in some ways, he preempts what are we going to come for, right, in a sense, or what we've experienced, where will that get us? So he is a singular figure in that way, but we're going to hear in the text of the Eish Kodesh, like, what are the implications of that? What does it teach us? All those kinds of questions that are alive in this very chalk-filled parasha of Yitro, which both has the story of Yitro, but it also, of course, has the story of the revelation at Sinai. Yes, Mark.
So I would like to suggest that Yitro already made the determination this is what God did for Moshe. So you can easily picture Yitro hearing about a sea opening and closing, but also not attributing that to an act of God. And the battle of Amalek, there are plenty of battles going on at the time. And there are plenty of times when the losing side ends up winning and the winning side ends up losing. But Yitro had interpreted this to mean, what has God done for you, Moshe, and the people? And that's why he came. It wasn't just he heard about these physical incidents. He made a connection.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so that's very nice. Roly likes it. Yeah. 5 points for Mark today. Okay, so so we're trying to figure out, one, what did he hear? Two, what did it mean to him? And then what did it catalyze him to do? Which we know he comes, but the question is, what's the sequence of events? What's the story that Jethro is telling us, which in many ways, the Eish Kodesh, that's what he's most interested in. He's not, he's interested in the play-by-play, but he's interested in the meaning of the play-by-play, which is also particular because it precedes Revelation. Okay, let's keep going. A well-known question found in the works of my father of blessed memory and in other sacred texts asks what Rashi could have meant by asking, what was it that Jethro heard? The text itself states explicitly that he heard about all that God had done for Moshe and God's people Israel when God brought them out of Egypt, right? He basically says the same thing, right? What's Rashi's problem? The Torah already told us. So what they're trying to elucidate is there's this principle right in the Torah. Anyone who comes to my class know this. Eini Torah lashon b'Torah. There's no extra language in the Torah. In some way, they're saying there's no extra language for Rashi either. Like Rashi must have been asking something very unique because he wouldn't ask a question that the answer is already understood. It doesn't make sense. That's not who Rashi is. Okay, the text itself states explicit, yes, I already read that. Why does Rashi answer that Jethro heard about the splitting of the sea and the battle with Amalek instead of quoting what is written in the text, right? So they're saying Rashi must mean something by the fact that he didn't accept the Torah text as is. He thinks there's something underneath it, and Rashi is giving us something specific to saying these two moments mean something, right? So now we're taking Rashi's text and making it the text in a certain sense, right? What the Eish Kodesh is doing is trying to now plow out Rashi text and the meaning of Rashi's text. We learn in the Holy Book, Beit Aharon, this is Rabbi Aharon of Karlin, that the fact that God gave the Torah to the Jewish people in the wilderness was of great significance. Okay, so now we're a little shifting gears. It's all going to come together, of course, perfectly, in fact. But to go back to this notion that the Torah was given in the wilderness, okay? The Beit Aharon's teaching is in reference to Rashi's explanation of the verse that V'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha b'chol levavcha v'chol nafshecha v'chol meodecha, which we know the V'ahavta, right? Right after the Shema in Parashat Vayetchanan, it says that you must love God, your Lord, with all your heart, b'chol levavcha. Rashi's explanation is your heart should not be divided against God. Bechol levavcha means that your heart should not be divided against God. Now we're all asking, well, what does it mean that our heart would be divided against God? Like, what could that possibly mean? So he continues. The Hebrew name for God used in this Rashi is Hamakom. This is a name of God that we know, which means the place, right? Which in this context is translated as omnipresent, but normally translate as place. The Beit Aharon explains Rashi as saying, your heart should not be divided against the place. Your heart should not be divided against the place. That we must never say, now we're going to understand what he actually means by this. This is, in this place I can worship God, but in another place it would not be possible. So what does it mean to be not, your heart should not be divided against a place? You have to worship God with a full heart, Miriam says. What else? Wherever you are. Okay, there can't be a place that you can't worship God. Because God is everywhere. Yes, in the back. I can't see who it is. Ruthie.
It's Ruthie.
Hi, Ruthie.
Hi. Hag Sameach.
Hag Sameach.
I'm thinking about how we have Hashem in all of us. And so maybe we should not be divided against each other and the peace of Hashem that is within all of us.
Okay, so instead of understanding as place, a particular people, you're thinking about the notion of God in all of us. I think it's a beautiful interpretation. I don't think that's what he means specifically here.
Fair.
But actually, I mean, there is a section, I looked at the Beit Aharon, which is not the exact place, but this is all cited. But he does speak about that sense of God being in us, the sense of bechol, that the everythingness is also about the God in us and the us in God. And so I think that also translates to your point, which is that there is a chelek Elokim in all of us. There is a part of God in all of us, and so we don't want to be divided in a sense against anything, right? Underneath this notion is the notion of being divided, right? Which is the sense that we don't, and particularly in Chassidut, and Mark was pointing to this, speaking of this earlier, the notion of achdut is very important. The notion of oneness is deeply important, and this section, of course, is part of the Shema, which speaks about echad, right? The oneness. And so the notion of being divided in and of itself is a certain kind of exile, right? Division is exile, particularly in Chassidut and Kabbalah, that we should be in a chelek separate from is exile. And so in the sense that we don't want to be separated from a place, meaning that we're exiled from God in place, we can't worship God in place, is its own kind of exile. And so it's a powerful thing to think about what it means to say, well, here but not there, right? You start dividing the world, and maybe this is also Ruthie's point, is to say, yes, him but not her, or them but not there. You know, that some yes, some no. And that even the notion of division in a certain sense has a certain problematic nature to it. That's not what he's trying to point out here. He's trying to point to something specific, but I think underneath this idea is we don't want to be divided against God. We don't want to be out of sync. We don't want to be out of alignment. So he's introducing this because, I mean, there's a roundabout way, right? We went to the wilderness. Now we're in the book of Deuteronomy when we're still in the book of Exodus. We're traveling a path to try to get to some answer about what he's trying to indicate. So let's keep going and figure out what it is. Wherever we are, we must worship God. So essentially, I mean, this is not rocket science here, yet he's saying it because he must believe that we might think otherwise, right? Like his supposition, the assertion comes about because we must have an inclination to feel this way, or else he wouldn't say so, I think. Yes, Shari.
Last thing you said is even more profound considering where he was.
Right.
So.
Right. So Shari said, I'm not saying it's so profound, but it is true, right? He's in hiding. He's already told us at this parasha he's in hiding. He's the rabbi of the Warsaw Ghetto. I mean, if you read his biography and you hear what he went through, one would think he would be completely out of sync, in a sense, with the place, right? The notion of place is deeply disturbing, and if one doesn't think we're exile in certain ways, like all the more so in his particular circumstances. So this is a spiritual crisis or a question of faith to be, what does it mean to be in a certain place and feel that one has yes or no access to God, right? This is a really powerful question and real. I mean, this is real. And he's telling us so in his entry point into the text, because he says that he's in hiding. And hiding in of itself means a lot of things besides obviously the physical danger that he was in. Okay, let's keep going. If the Jewish people had received Torah in their own land, the land of Israel, they might have assumed that they could fulfill the commandments only in their own homes, and not when they were exiled and preoccupied with survival. So now he makes his thesis, right? That if Noah brought up the fact that if it was given in a particular place, that it might add the land into the dynamic, make the land part of the covenantal relationship. And in this case, he's saying we might think that there's an exclusive domain of the land that would limit, in a certain sense, where or when we might worship, because we might think, well, only here, and so by giving the Torah in the wilderness, we can't say that. And I think it's also really powerful. He uses the language only in our own homes, right? Like, in a sense, it's like, well, I can do it where it's comfortable, because that's what home represents. It's a place of safety. It's a place of knowing. It's a place of, in a sense, ownership is home. And so the non-home brings up all the other things, right? Uncertainty, lack of dominance, potentially fear, vulnerability. And so he says, and not when they were exiled and preoccupied with survival. So don't think, if you're outside your space, that you can desist from being worshiping God. You don't want to be against the place that you're in, because this is why the Torah was given in the wilderness. Yes, I don't see who that is, the mask. Yes, Grace, can you? Who is that?
Shelley.
Oh, Shelley. I know who Shelley is,
Hello.
but there you are. Welcome, Shelley.
Unmasked. What's fascinating to me is that who's speaking here? It's a rabbi talking from the Warsaw Ghetto, and he's talking about place of worship.
Yep.
He's talking about himself.
Of course.
And he's saying, you can be in the worst place in the world to still worship God.
Yeah.
And I think that's where where he's coming from with this.
Yeah. You can't. It's impossible to extract his biography from it, and I'll say a couple words about that as we get towards the rest of the text. Okay. This is why God gave them the Torah in the wilderness while they were traveling and busy, so that they would know to keep Torah everywhere, as we said above, that your heart should not be divided against the place. I mean, on the one hand, it's a very simple answer. On the other hand, it's a deeply profound answer, which is the Torah was given at a time and a place that we were distracted. We had just left Mitzrayim. We had just left Egypt. We were not like in the comfort of our own homes. We were traveling. We were going the long route. We were tired and hungry and pissed, and that's when God gave us the Torah, to remind us that in all these kinds of unsettling circumstances, davka, that's where Torah belongs. It doesn't belong only in the safety of one's own home. It is therefore possible that Rashi, in questioning Yitro's response, is asking, what specific thing did Yitro hear that made him leave this place and come to the wilderness? Why did he need to come at all? Right? What brought him out? He might just as well have sat in his own home and sent a message to Moshe asking for a teacher to be sent to him to proselytize and teach him Torah. Just as later we see that Jethro himself returned to his home to convert his family to Judaism. That's a midrash. That's not the text itself. So now he's kind of getting into the question, well, what really motivated him to go out? He could have stayed home. And this is the tension in the text, right? Home or on the way? Do we get all that we need when we're settled in our specific place of safety and homeness and particularity? Or do we have to go out? So that we're seeing that play out in the text. Now we can better understand Rashi's answer. Yitro heard about the splitting of the Red Sea and the battle with Amalek. Amalek wanted above all else to cool the ardor of the Jews for their God. Why did Amalek want that? Why Why were they in that space of ardor for God? Yeah, Joyce.
They probably figured that the Jews were no threat. They probably figured the Jews were no threat to them without God.
Okay, but yet they probably figured without God, of course, the Jews were no threat to them, but they were all excited about God because they had just crossed the sea, right? So in a sense, they were hoping that Joyce is pointing to the outcome. If they weren't so enamored with God, then God wouldn't be so enamored with them, and they would be more vulnerable. That's, I think, what you were trying to say. So how could he possibly have imagined being able to chill the enthusiasm of a people who had just witnessed the splitting of the Red Sea, right? Like, how can they imagine Amalek, the people of Amalek, being able to cool that excitement when they had just seen all these signs and wonders and been delivered from Mitzrayim and the splitting of the sea? The splitting of the Red Sea, the Talmud tells us, was a moment when even the lowliest heathen maidservant saw visions of God not revealed to Yechezkel the prophet, right? That's what the story goes, is that even the lowliest person saw visions that Yechezkel had never seen. So the access point to God at that moment was so deeply profound that the hierarchy of who had access completely disappeared. Even the person, quote, who has the least access point was greater than a prophet. So how did Amalek even think that he could quell their thirst for God? But because the Jewish people were traveling, busy and weary, Amalek thought he might be victorious over them. Chas v'chalila, God forbid. Even though they had just enjoyed an apotheosis of spiritual revelation. So what's Amalek's thinking here? What's the vulnerability? Physicality, they're tired. They might have just seen the grandest of miracles, but still they've been traipsing through the wilderness. They're hungry. They don't have the food they want, right? They complain the minute they get out, like, it was better back there. The food was better. We knew what we were getting. They're in uncertainty, both physically and spiritually, you would say. Even, it's like even the grandest of miracles can go away in an instant in the feeling of uncertainty. And Amalek is trying to point in to that notion of being traveling and weary puts them in a position of being vulnerable to losing the miracle, right? That is why it is written, remember what Amalek did to you on the road from Egypt, from Mitzrayim, who chilled you on the road. In this vulnerable place, remember what he tried to do to you. Jethro said to himself, if this is any indication of how things are, it will not be enough for me to receive the Torah in my own house. I must go out on the road and receive the Torah there also. And only then will I be able to be a Jew in my home. So what is Jethro's thinking? This goes... Yeah, Mark.
I have to recreate the space that the Israelites were in when they received the Torah.
Although they haven't received
They haven't.
it
They haven't received, but it's the same idea, which is that it's going back to the wilderness. So
yes.
if the wilderness is the place and not your safe zone of home, then if I want to actually take a taste of that, I too must leave my home and go into a wilderness place.
Beautiful. So he internalizes, in some sense, the you could say the silhouette experience of both the splitting of the sea and the derech space, which is being on the road, which is putting myself in a position of uncertainty and vulnerability. That is how one acts, prepares, in a sense, to receive Torah, right? That this is the ultimate notion of what it means to be in relationship with God, is both at home and on the way. Baderech. Any other thoughts? Yes, in the back. Susan.
Is it on? Yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say he needs to be in a place of vulnerability.
Yeah.
Is what you just said. And also, there's a sense of if I'm alone at home, I'm not with this people.
Uh-huh.
I'm not in community.
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes.
It's Ruthie again.
Ah, Ruthie's back.
I was gonna say, to me, it brings about, like, if I can do it while I'm transient, then I can do it while I'm in a more permanent place. Like the idea of if you can meditate in the chaos, then you can meditate when things are still.
Beautiful. I think it's true. It gives primacy in many ways to the sense that the deepest is to be received in the most vulnerable, uncertain, that which then it gets translated back at home, but the reverse is not necessarily true, right? If being in the safer space doesn't necessarily always lend itself to preparing oneself to be on the way versus vice versa, which is I have to be on the way because then I'll be set up in this perhaps in simpler, so that's assuming the home is a safe space, which is not true for everyone, but that's the assumption here, right? And so it kind of recognizes the enormity of the Torah of what it means to be on the way, and of course also acknowledges the fear of that and the vulnerability, the tire, and all those things, and how that experience actually sets up to be continuous and not. If we can be at one with our place, right, not against our place, not be divided when we're on the way, then of course we could be able to do that at home. This then is the meaning of Rashi's remark. He heard about the splitting of the Red Sea and the battle with Amalek. When Jethro heard that even after the splitting of the sea, there was still a battle to be fought with Amalek, and that Amalek actually thought he could prevail against the Jews, Jethro realized that to become a Jew, one must leave home and be on the road in the wilderness. I think it's, on one hand, a deeply simple teaching about not being divided against the place, which is, I think, often the way we categorize yes here and no there. Or we make our worship conditional. In these circumstances, yes, but not in these circumstances. And I think one of the things that continues to amaze me about studying the Eish Kodesh is that the greatest loss he considers is losing the ability to worship. That no matter in many ways, his theology shifts a little bit over time during the course of his teaching of the 3 years in the ghetto, but the worst loss is the loss of connection, and which is exemplified by being divided against the place. And so here's a Rabbi who's a teacher. He was an educator who believed deeply that even in the worst of the worst, that Torah means being able to find any place and a connection with God. And I think, chas v'chalila, people, God forbid, people find themselves in these circumstances of the kind of circumstances he found himself in, living and dying, by the way. But I think we've been living in such a deeply broken world, which I think continues to catalyze questions about what kind of world are we living, and where could God live in this world, and what does it mean to be a Jew in this space, or even what does the Torah mean in our time? And one of the constancies I think that the P.S. Hetzner Rebbe offers us is to recognize that Torah is found on the way. And in deep vulnerability, deep uncertainty, that if we divide ourselves against the place, then there's no hope at all. And so on this Shavuot, when there's so much in crisis in our world, I think for me, it's one of the most inspiring teachings to have is to not be divided against the place, even though we don't always get to choose the place. And whatever path we're on as a country, as a people, in our own individual place, that exile from the place is in some way the worst outcome, because then we don't have a chance to be on the way with the Torah. So I bless us all on this Shavuot with the gift of receiving the Torah we need to receive and offering the praise we need to praise wherever we may be on our path, and to have the blessing of being at one, v'chol levavcha, with all our hearts in the place where we are. So we'll take 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Anyone take 6 minutes? 4 minutes?
sleep in. I know. Jared was like, I'll wake up with Zom tomorrow. I was like, yes, you will. But also, we went in this morning at 8:40 and she was sleeping. Like, I think she just goes back to sleep. Literally, I think she's just like, where are these people? Like, I'm just going to go back to sleep. And so then we try to wake her, because at a certain point, you're like, okay, you need to wake up. No, literally. I keep reading it. But so, are you going? No, you go and you make sure they're breathing. For sure. So I we're rubbing her back like Jared. She's like doing so she's like one nugget, and then she wakes up and she's like, no. It's like a teenager. The first thing, no. Don't make me do it. All right. Can you give me some time warnings? These are all things I'm like every single time I have a meeting in my office or Hag or Shabbat, I'm like, I need to have like 10 clocks that I have just to be around to give space. And then Hag answers. Or it's like because I can't do anything immediately. Okay. 2:45-ish? Should I just start? Roly's ready. Okay. He's ready.
So I was wondering what you said.
It's not going to happen. Hag Sameach to everyone. I'm impressed by the crowd we still have here, and also for all who may be joining us from your couches or your beds. We embrace you. We feel your warmth here. Exactly. Send the blanket, send the bed over here. But it's beautiful to be in Torah together. And to wake up a little bit, I'll invite anyone, if you feel comfortable, if you want to come a little bit closer. We actually are pretty close, but if you want to join a little bit closer, you're welcome to. And I feel like this is a rarity for me, but I'm going to start with a joke because it's 2 a.m. That's not usually what I do when I'm teaching, but one of my favorite jokes, it has to do with Shavuot and this moment and what I'm teaching about. So what we'll be exploring today is standing at Sinai. And so there's a joke of two people who bump into each other in New York City, and they're both Jewish. They turn and they say, one says, "Wow, you look so familiar." And the other one smirks and says, "Oh, maybe I saw you at Sinai." And the other one replies and says, "Who's your doctor?" Thank you. Okay. All right, just making sure everyone's awake and with me, so it's good. It's good. Great. So it's so good. It's such a good one. So I really want to get into the emotional experience of what it is for each of us to stand at Sinai. And it's great because we've had an opportunity to actually see some of the texts that I wanted to use as the foundation of our conversation earlier throughout the night. And the first piece of text that I'm bringing in is the same psukim that we looked at with Grace. So those who were here at the very beginning, looking at Shmot 19, Yud Tet, where we're actually receiving the Torah. And the piece that I wanted to just pull out of this text, we don't need to look at it in detail in the same way, but now you've explored the kol, you've been thinking a little bit about what this moment looked like. And I think the big question and what came up in our conversation when we were learning earlier in the evening is that what was the emotion of this experience? And what are we told in the text? What does the tradition tell us? And then I want to look at a bunch of modern and not as modern, but mostly modern poetry that brings us into this moment to ask what this experience of standing at Sinai really is for each one of us. So the piece here that I think is always so fascinating in the text, and if you look at I bolded it actually in the English, I'm sorry I didn't bold it also in the Hebrew here, but we have this idea that not only was this moment, it's a horrifying moment. We spoke about this a little bit downstairs in the conversation, but that we're told here, we have that the people were trembling in the camp. Here we have Vayecharad kol ha'am asher b'machaneh. So we have the language also of the machaneh here, which is interesting in lieu of our conversation and thinking about the Soloveitchik text. And then we see that same language that the mountain itself, if you look down at Yudchet in 18, it says here, and the whole mount quaked greatly or trembled greatly. And in the Hebrew, it's the same language there. Vayecherad kol hahar me'od. So we have this trembling. There's actually not only a trembling of the people, the fear of the people, but even the mountain itself, the physical makom, that space that they were in, is a space of fear. You have the lightning, you have the smoke, you have the fire. It doesn't feel like a warm and calm experience, potentially in the way that we may imagine revelation and love and this moment of reaching Torah and Sinai and encountering God in the ways that maybe some of us may feel that connection today, or the way we think about God in our own lives. And this here really brings that fear aspect into the conversation. So I wanted to look at this midrash that we spoke about briefly downstairs, and it's one that is well known in some contexts. In others, this might be the first time that you're seeing this, and it comes from the Talmud. And I apologize, there's actually a typo that it's 85a, I believe, but I want to just double check that. So I have here in the English, it's just the wrong daf, but I'm not sure which one. So I want to make sure that we have the right information, so that if you want to look it up, that you can do that. So we have here that we look at this text and we go into this idea of what did it mean that the people were standing at the bottom part of the mountain, at the Har. And here we get that God took the mountain, kigigit, like that it was as if it were like a bathtub on top of the people, or a tub on top of the people, and said to them, if you accept the Torah, this is great, mutav, this is wonderful, excellent. And if not, you're going to be buried here. This is going to be the place where you will find the end. And we had lots of different interpretations. I actually was very curious to hear. You got to hear a conversation, but were there thoughts or the way that you, either if you've learned this before, or if this is the first time that you're encountering it this evening, what are the emotions? That's the piece that I want to get at. What are the emotions that this brings up for you, or when you're thinking about this teaching, this midrashic text, this interpretation of Sinai that are coming up for you? We were talking about coercion, we were talking about fear. Miriam. I don't know if we have.
What God wants from us is relationship. And God sees it's difficult. We're not an easy people to be in relationship with. So I felt that despair and that just please, please. Otherwise, I'll be gone, because without you, I'm nothing. So thank you. It was beautiful.
Great. So we had Miriam saying that she agreed with Roly's interpretation earlier of saying that this was a desperate God saying, I want to be in relationship with you. I love you and I want to be in relationship with you, which that in and of itself has brought a lot of machloket in terms of how do we see this text? How does that make us feel in the beauty of that, and also the challenges of that idea of a God who is in a position of power, then taking that power and saying, is that a healthy relationship? Even if you say, I love you so much, do we want to be in a relationship with a God who says, I love you so much, I need to threaten you to be in this relationship with me?
gives you the power, because you could say, okay, I'm in charge. And if no one follows you, then you have nothing. So I think that's the idea, that God says, I am in power only because you follow me. If you don't follow me, I will be nothing.
So maybe even a recognition in this moment of getting to some of the emotion, maybe some of the emotion of God. There's a little bit of fear in God in this moment, and also a sense of understanding of dependency in that moment as well that we're seeing from the divine, which is pretty radical if we think about it as an all-powerful, all-knowing God to show that kind of need and that kind of humility in a sense. Martha?
Although the thing that I would add is I like Roly's interpretation, but I feel very coerced, and it does feel abusive. And through my modern lens of what it is to have the power to say, be this for me or you'll die.
So this sense of this moment, reading it in lieu of this midrash or through this lens, that it takes away the beauty of the moment. It actually feels abusive. You're saying that the feeling here would be, I was coerced into taking on a relationship with Torah. And maybe there's a sense of obligation, which is a beautiful way of thinking about that we give and we take, or there's something that doesn't feel right, and it actually hurts. It's painful, and it's beyond not feeling right. It's not the way we want to be in relationship with God or religion or Torah. Joyce.
Hi, I'm Joy. I was thinking a couple of things, and I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
It's really late at night. That's okay.
I think that a lot of this is Avdimi Bar Hamabam Hasa. This is probably the kind of person he is, that he can only imagine this kind of relationship. That was my first thought. Also, I was thinking about, I'm sorry, I forgot his name, the other male rabbi who was talking earlier about Mark. Thank you. This is the situation we're in now. If there are times which are this intense, and you really don't have a choice but to go forward in a certain way. Like, I mean, we're practically at the end of the planet now, as Mark said. And I've always wondered if there's any significance to overturning the mountain. Why does a God have to, like, turn the mountain upside down instead of just holding it literally over our heads when it's basically more space to crush us with? Is there any significance to that? I was just wondering.
Great. Why the image of the bathtub? I'm not sure if there's a piece. I actually always just kind of imagined it being just a lifting up of the mountain and being tachat, being underneath. They're kind of playing with the language of being at the foot of the mountain, but that we're really underneath it. I don't know if it was actually turned over, but the idea of being squashed either way doesn't seem appealing by the mountain. But I actually love getting into the text in that way of really imagining, and that's what I want us to do, imagining what it felt like to be there, what it felt like to stand there, what it would be like even just to stand with the machaneh or with the edah or the am, and to have this mountain held over you in this moment of revelation and Torah, receiving Torah.
Yeah, so I would just like to take a little literary license and combine another well-known midrash, which is where God goes to all the different peoples and says, would you like the Torah? And they all turn it down. And of course, in that story, at the end, the Jews say, of course, we'll do it. But why don't we combine these two? And God goes through all the other nations, all the other peoples of the world, and now the Jews are the last in line. This takes us back to Roly's teaching then, which is that you are the last best hope. Everyone else has said no. If you say no now, then there's no one else out there. There's no yes. There's no yes possible, and therefore it is the end. So if you combine those two midrashim, we were like last in line, and if we say no, then it's over.
Great. And I love this again, and Miriam brought this out for me in a different way, of thinking about the fear. We had the mountain shaking, we have the people shaking, and then we have God shaking. We have that trembling of God in this moment. Fear is all around. And you can also then see, and we have lived and experienced this, how fear
can trigger fear in others, that it can be contagious. That's the word that I wanted, contagious in the sense, and we've actually lived through that both through a pandemic and then also through what we're seeing in our country over and over again, but that it does have this sense. But it's interesting then to think about every single aspect of what's happening in this moment having some emotion of fear. Yeah.
Another thought comes to me is is that, you know, the Jewish people, we saw all these miracles and we're still questioning God. And we look at God sometimes, or it's thought about as a parent. So sometimes a parent finally says, listen, I know what's best for you. You just have to do what I'm telling you to do, or I assure you, you're going to regret it. Just do what I tell you to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they don't. Okay, so I'm going to, and then they don't do it. Or sometimes they do. Here, in this case, they end up doing it. It's interesting, and theologically that both in some senses it works, and in other cases is incredibly challenging. There's a midrash that comes to mind for me that I learned Hasidic teaching about actually leaving Egypt and thinking about how God, they use the metaphor of God being a parent who has to force their child to take medication because they know that the medication is going to make the child better. And yet in the metaphor, what's ignored is actually the fact that potentially the parent is who made the child sick, or if you think about the bondage. So it gets very complicated in that theology too, which, yes, I want to bring it, and I also love to bring in the complication. So when I push back, it's always just to open up. And anyone who's learned with me before, I love the rabbinic dichotomy. I don't actually see the world in such a dichotomy, but we realize that our tradition gives us that because it allows us to open up and get into the gray, which is what the rabbis and what we know life is all about. So I want to turn, and I know there's a lot more to say about this, and I'm glad that we're thinking about it and getting our voices into it. And this is, we're going to turn and see the midrash that we got to look at and explore a little bit, just the beginning part of it, and it comes from here. It's from Shemot Rabbah, so it shows up in a few different places, different midrashim. Sometimes you'll find in different texts, different midrashic texts. And this one gives us the story of the receiving of Torah in such a different light. This is the one where we each get it in our koach, in the way that we can receive it, and even to the sense of which we looked at before, that this is meant to be a moment that we're getting it in our strength, and that it's not going to harm anybody. That the idea is that there's a loving and compassionate piece of receiving Torah that even every single person within the community, and we could have many conversations around how the text is laid out and who's left on the fringes, which came up a little bit. And in the context that I was bringing it in, and so not to wash over that, but also to bring in that complexity, recognizing that it says that we each are receiving the Torah. And here this does not sound like there's fear. It actually reminds me of the midrash that we see at the burning bush, if anyone has learned the text, where when God's voice came to Moshe, that it was actually the voice of Amram, his father, in order not to make him afraid, that it brought him in. And I think about that sometimes here also, each of us hearing the Torah in a way that is embracing and loving, and the way that we may need to hear it. And again, we had many, many interpretations of this text, which I loved, and it came alive once again in a new way as we were learning it together downstairs. But I want to open this text up now, using it again in a different light, slightly of thinking about here, the sense of fear isn't in this moment of revelation. And what would you say the feeling is for you when you're reading this text, when you're reading this midrashic interpretation of what happened at Sinai? What is it that you're taking when we're learning here that everyone, lefi kocho, that we each got it according to what we needed to hear? And not only is it, and they go through, I actually love that it goes through the list of who it is, that you have those who are nursing, and you have the elders, and you have the young children, and it really spells it out in a way that you could just say everyone heard it, but that you get each and every person within this intergenerational community. So Shari, I saw your hand, and then Ruthie in the back.
but because
We'll take the mic just so that those who are joining us
Because,
from home can
you
hear.
know, each of us, Lefi Kocho, but each of us at different points in our life, I wouldn't say we're different people, but we're at different points and
Great.
different points in our life. So it's not like we're just, one person or one way our whole life. So Lefi Kocho can be different throughout our
I
life.
love it.
So it's even more complicated.
It's beautiful. And it also reminds me of often people will say that about the 4 children at the Seder, that maybe it's one person, and reading that into this text too, of saying maybe this is all of us, that at each point Torah will speak to us at a different point in our lives. And that's complicated. It's also, there's something beautiful and nourishing about Torah and this moment of revelation carrying us through each stage of our life in the ways that we need to be in relationship with Torah. Ruthie in the back, did you want to share?
I hear so much compassion in this interpretation, just like a meeting everyone where they are. There's just such a generosity to that and a safety in that. And a lot of trust in that not only am I going to meet you at your strength, but you're going to bring the strength that you have. So it feels very mutual.
Beautiful. And some of that came up in the conversation downstairs earlier, but I love the use of what's the emotion here? There's compassion. You're saying, we accept you for who you are, not only in the way that you're going to hear Torah, but in what your Torah is that you're going to bring to this moment, that you're going to bring to the nation. It's double-sided. This is a two-way covenant. And reading that into this, it makes it feel, and I love the word safe, because when you read the text from Shemot Yod Tet, it does not feel safe. It feels horrifying. You have a shaking mountain, you have fire, you have smoke, you have loud noises and voices. There's a lot happening there that I don't think I would use the word safe, although maybe some may interpret that differently, but the sense there isn't. And the same way also with the midrash on taking the mountain and holding it over the people, that does not feel safe to give an ultimatum of saying, this is either your grave or you're going to have to stay here, or you're going to accept my Torah. So I think that piece of it is that the feeling of safety, was that a part of Sinai? And is that what or for each of you, do you imagine that being a way of thinking about Torah and your relationship with Torah today? All right, one more, and then we'll look at some of our poetry.
Yeah, you were speaking downstairs, Rev, about the second part of this midrash and the taste, and it occurs to me that what Shari said about it, and what you just said about it could be all things for all people, that applies to the taste as well. At some days you approach Torah with an attitude of sadness. Some days you approach Torah with an attitude of joy, and so the analogy of the manna applies to the same to people within the same person. You can have different tastes of Torah depending on what's happening in your life at that given time.
Great. Beautiful. And just for anyone who wasn't with us downstairs, if you look, you can see the text from the Midrash Tanchuma, which is on page 2, which gives us another an addition to this text of saying that we each receive Torah according to our strength, and that also the manna that fell down, the man that came, tasted the way that each person needed it to taste and what it was, and they make that comparison. So that's what Seth is referring to. And also I think what you're getting at is the accessibility of the Torah here, whereas, and Grace spoke about this and taught about this in the voice of how accessible, when you're so afraid of something and when you're trying to receive something, but you feel horrified and you're trembling and you're shaking, it doesn't make it feel very accessible either. It feels further away than it does feel close. Whereas Ruthie is saying this text really feels close. Each one of us, it's a personal Torah that we're receiving, even though it's one Torah that we're all getting at the same time. So I want to share a few poems that I feel also add to this sense of what is the emotion? What is it for us to be standing at Sinai? And the first one is a poem by Meryl Feld, who is my writing coach. I do spiritual writing with her. I feel very blessed to be able to learn with her. She's amazing, and she has many poems and different writing opportunities. So if you, even online, she has great prompts and everything. So I would encourage you to look her up if you aren't familiar with her. And she says, "We all stood together." This is her poem on Sinai. "My brother and I were at Sinai. He kept a journal of what he saw, of what he heard, of what it all meant to him. I wish I had such a record of what happened to me there. It seems like every time I want to write, I can't. I'm always holding a baby, one of my own or one for a friend, always holding a baby, so my hands are never free to write things down. And then, as time passes, the particulars, the hard data, the who, what, when, where, why slip away from me, and all I'm left with is the feeling. But feelings are just sounds, the vowel barking of a mute. My brother is so sure of what he heard. After all, he's got a record of it, consonant after consonant after consonant. If we remembered it together, we could recreate holy time, sparks flying." So I want to ask, in adding in this voice and this interpretation, what are some of the emotions that we get here at Sinai, at standing at Sinai? What is the experience? And did everyone have that shared experience? If we put this in conversation with the Midrash that we just saw, that everyone heard it according to their own strength, is that the interpretation that Meryl Feld is having in her poem? Yeah, Joy.
I think here there may be a difference between what one heard and experienced in the moment and what came after. I mean, the men were able to write it down. The women, for whatever reason, were not, or their records, their writings got lost or suppressed or whatever.
Great. So the experience here, one, she understands this to be a very gendered experience, that the women potentially had a very different experience than the men, which we do see that came up also in the conversation, that some of the texts say that the men and women in the Torah, it says that they needed to separate, although our understanding is that everybody did receive Torah, but she's bringing in a different interpretation. If you think of this as Midrash, she is saying potentially everyone had a different experience there, but we may need to bring them together in order to fully experience what the emotion was, not only about we have both the written and the words that are there, but we also have the emotional experience of that which is beyond words, that which is just the feelings, and if we bring all of that together, that becomes our living Torah. Martha.
Thank you. The other thing that struck me was the earlier study about the stenographic versus the participatory notion, that the words are really important and the feeling and it is really important. And to your point, they need to be brought together. So it's not an either or. It's we each have our own voice and we bring it.
Yes, and it goes back to the Cole conversation of what was the voice and did we hear specific things, or is it about the emotion? And you're saying it's both. It's both, and we see that here in this poem, and it brings in also a different experience of potentially what happens when some people did feel on the outside of that experience. Did everyone feel like they were really in the center of receiving Torah? And how do we want to imagine it? How do we personally feel standing at Sinai? Do we feel like it was an inclusive experience of everyone? Or is it inevitable that people are going to feel like they're on the outside? And how do we bring those voices into our Torah? Yes, and share your name.
It makes me think about the fact that everybody saw a segment, but not the whole.
Great.
And especially going back to the earlier thing that you said about everybody getting it in their own strength. it reminds me of when people go to a wedding or when they have a wedding, they're so busy taking pictures that they don't experience the wedding.
Right.
And that's what it feels like to me. But the collective of all these experiences is what makes up the experience itself.
Great. It's also a profound thought to say we all received Torah, but in order for Torah to be whole and full, we each need to bring our strength. The Torah is dependent on each one of us to be what it is meant to be. And if we don't bring that piece, if we don't share our own experience, then it's losing out on being what it is meant to be in its entirety of that experience. And the other piece that you brought up, and can you just remind us your name? Tammy. Thanks, Tammy. And the other piece of it is the presence. Did I feel present when I was standing at Sinai? Do I feel present standing at Sinai when something so large is happening? And I'm sure all of us have had experiences in our lives that are so grand and so amazing, or potentially so horrifying, that in the actual moment, it's impossible to feel present. It's only after the fact that we're able to process what happened to us or to talk to people and find out all of the different pieces. But what would it actually take to be present in those moments in our lives? Or when are those small sparks of presence that we find when we're standing at moments in our lives like Sinai? Okay, one more.
I think that she's playing in the poem with the false opposition or a false idea that she starts with, that there's these words that are definite words, and they're in the hands of someone else. And like a 70s feminist thinks she's outside language. And so then she'd be in pure feeling with no thought. And you might think, well, the truth is in the feeling, but that can't really be. So what happens at the end of the poem is she recognizes that she's going to arrive at a thought, maybe think of the thought, and that involves a different relationship to time, one which allows that there's presence, and somehow you might start out with an absence. You might be out of time, and you sort of, a poem being a temporal process that also plays with these ideas of a truth or a presence. I think that somehow she comes to a more truthful sense of that. I don't know, does that not make any sense?
I'll tell you what I'm pulling out of it, and you can tell me if this sounds like what you're getting at. So one piece of it I love, which you're saying, is that the idea of truth. Is there a true Torah, which also came up in the conversation? Did one thing happen? Did one word, is there one word, like it starts in saying he has it consonant after consonant, we get to a journal of the actual words that happened. Is that how we imagine our revelation? Is that how we imagine standing at Sinai? And the other piece of it is the time, and being both present in a moment, but in a moment that is beyond time. And that's going to bring us into our next text. And I love thinking about that in terms of the of revelation, because this is where we're going to go with it. So the next poem is a poem that we see from Zelda, who is an Israeli poet. It is a beautiful, I love the idea of all of this poetry that is around Sinai. And if I had much more time and it wasn't Hag, I would encourage all of us to write our own poems on what it feels like to be at Sinai. So that can be an assignment after the shir for those who feel inspired on Monday night to get to writing. And so she says that I heard at Sinai, I shall not float unreined in space, lest a cloud swallow the thin band in my heart, separating good from evil. I have no existence without the lightning and thunder that I heard at Sinai. So what is, for Zelda, in terms of the moment of standing at Sinai, what is the emotion or the feeling that her poetry brings in, or that this, for you, when you hear this, brings up? Miriam.
experience grounded her.
Great. A grounding experience that she's almost, it's like she gives us this sense of floating, but that Sinai is that anchor. And if you think about it now, going back to the Midrash of lifting up the mountain, it's the opposite. It's that feeling of being incredibly grounded by Torah, that this Sinai experience is what keeps her from floating away and what keeps her in the realm of reality in a certain sense. Seth, I saw you nodding. I don't know if you wanted to say something. I don't know if you were just staying awake, but. I can always talk. Great.
I just said I could not always talk. We can always talk. No, my sense is that she's requiring some sort of cataclysmic experience in order to receive Torah. That it has to be something that you need the shock and awe, to borrow an unfortunate military term, in order to have it resonate.
Interesting that some of it, so actually going back to that idea of there being some of the fear, some of the trembling, and the grandiose moments of fire and smoke, that is what allows for that kind of a moment to happen. Yeah, Mark.
Since I have the mic, I think I'll take advantage of it.
Take it.
I'm struck by the line, "The thin band in my heart, separating good from evil." So I mean, it's a fine line. It's easy to make the error of going over that line, and so without the lightning and thunder of Sinai, that line disappears almost.
Great. It is such a fine line. And what is the role that Torah plays in our lives? And Zelda is saying that this is what grounds me. This is what keeps me between maybe stepping over that fine line. And it's such a fine line, but Torah and my relationship with it is what keeps me in check, is what keeps me in this space of being aware of how thin that line is and not, again, floating away or not dipping into one side or the other in a way that I may not want to. So we'll see here, the next text here on page 12 tells us that even we stood at Sinai, that this comes from, again, the Talmud Bavli, but with he who stands here with us this day. We get this quote from Devarim. I have derived only that those who stood at Mount Sinai were included in this covenant. From where do I derive that the subsequent generations and the converts who will convert in the future were also included? And we get another quote. The verse states, and also with those who are not here with us this day. So the Torah tells us this is timeless. This is timeless. This experience is timeless. And even we were standing at Sinai. I think it's simple. And in other ways, as Felicia was saying, there's something profound and radical about this idea that we were at Sinai. And that's what I want to step into as we wrap up our learning. So I want to see a poem by Rick Lupert. And this is a poem on I Was at Sinai, a Shavuot poem. I remember what I was wearing, what the ground felt like, who was standing next to me. The looks on everyone's face when Moses came down with the stones telling us, this is gonna be good. Pay attention, people. You'll be telling your children about this. I was at Sinai. My wisdom was young and old then. Now I'm just old and my wisdom has left the building, or maybe it's still at the mountain. I was at Sinai well before they put in the gift shop, back when the only gift was a golden calf, and in the end, no one wanted it. Not our best moment, but it was our moment. We've had so many moments. Like, remember the time when I was at Sinai? We didn't look at our watches, forget about the fact that there weren't watches. We didn't even want them. Don't you get it? We're still there now. We are all a part of the circle. We are the beginning and the end. We receive it every day. This is your permanent online status. Sinai was the first place we held hands, but not the last. In fact, I never let go. We are still holding hands. I choose to be a part of the circle as if I have a choice. I could ignore the circle, travel 1,000 miles from the circle, but turn around and see I haven't gone anywhere. It's a big circle orbiting you, Sinai, where the property values are holding steady. O Sinai, to say I was with you is to pretend I left, is to conceive I was ever anywhere else. O Sinai, I tweet your commandments to the masses. I spin around in your circle. I see the world through your eyes, your holy eyes. And so I want to ask, what does it mean for us to be standing at Sinai? What does it mean for each one of us to be standing at Sinai tonight? It's a real question. It's a real question, and I think this is the beauty of Shavuot. This is what is so exciting about this holiday. This is why you are here at 2:40 in the morning. I'm somewhere there, 2:35 in the morning, learning Torah and reigniting that excitement around Torah. What does it mean that none of us have left Sinai? When you read this poem, I heard laughing, I heard some shaking, I heard, what does this do for you, for us to be standing here at Sinai tonight? Yeah, Miriam.
Well, it's replication for me of the same thing during Passover, that each one of us should experience what it feels like to leave Egypt. It's the same now to experience what it feels like to anticipate getting the Torah, to kind of recreate that feeling. And as you read it, I felt the excitement of standing there and being part of receiving Torah. And as one of the pieces that I read said, why does it say that this holiday celebrates the giving of the Torah, Matan Torah, and not receiving Torah? Because we receive Torah every single day.
Amazing. That is the ending of my shir. So we're already there. We got it. It's good. It's timeless. That's the best part of Torah, is that it's timeless. And so we get it at every moment. That's it. That this is, it's not that we're not just receiving the Torah, that it's happening every single moment of every single day. But even in learning that, and what does it mean? What does it mean to you? What does it mean to receive the Torah in every single moment of our lives? What does it mean to stand at Sinai in every moment of our lives? It's a big calling. But what does it mean? Yeah, Bonnie. Just for those online, you don't have to worry.
Radical amazement comes to mind in every moment. That's what it means to me.
And in what do you have an example of just something, or in when you're saying radical amazement, what comes to mind for you?
Waking up, feeling healthy, breathing, vaccinated. I mean, you can go on the list of
Great. Waking up, breathing, vaccinated, healthy.
flowers.
Great. Great. Understanding, having a sense of gratitude is what I hear actually of thinking about. More amazement than gratitude. Awe. Great. So going, also it's interesting, somebody asked after we were talking about that word fear or yirah, and the word yirah can be fear or it can be awesome, or it's very hard to translate it into English. There's, it's not so easy to capture that sense, but what you're saying is kind of going back to what did it feel like? You're imagining almost in a sense that Sinai was an awesome moment, this radical amazement of the moment of being at Sinai, or maybe that's just, there wasn't one moment. That is what life is all about. That is the Torah of life. It can be. It's a high bar.
Yeah,
Mark,
I would just
and then
like
also in the back.
Yeah, well, I'll go to the back.
No, go.
Okay, so I would just like to put the paragraph that you held my hand basically, and I never let go. But if there's something very thrilling but scary about that, because if you imagine everyone's got the same thing in mind, no one's letting go. It's not just the author who's saying I'm holding and not letting go. It's everyone. The person to your left and to your right is I'm holding you and not letting go. Well, you can't. You're kind of in one way you're trapped. There's the compulsion concept there, But in the other way, it's very thrilling because there's an element of the unity that the endeavor is a grand endeavor and can be achieved by everyone. And so no
Beautiful.
one's going to let you go. It's like those corporate tests where you fall into someone's arms, right? What is
The
that?
trust fall.
The trust, right.
The trust
So here
fall.
everyone's grabbing on and holding. So everyone's trusting each other there. So there's two elements though, because sometimes you want to pull out and say, I got to
Right.
step outside this circle, but no one's going to let you. But it's
Right.
comforting in the same way. So there's that balance of fear and awe right there.
Fear and awe. Beautiful.
We were taught at school that one can take this metaphorically or literally, that the Torah was eternal. It was created by God, beginning of time, whatever that is. And there were other, the legend is there were many worlds before this world, and by implication, there'll be worlds after this world. So there's always like a new Torah. Basically, to build the paradigm of what the universe is, not necessarily the exact words we have in the Torah now. So it's like the hope that we'll keep receiving Torah and the hope that we can always communicate with God.
Hmm.
That's how I take it.
Beautiful. A way of also envisioning a relationship of a constant relationship of receiving of Torah, but you're taking that also into the relationship that we have with God.
Yeah.
On a day-to-day basis of recognizing, and the Rambam talks about this again, it's an incredibly high bar for spirituality, but we should always be thinking about God all the time. There's something also that's a little bit overwhelming about saying we're always standing at Sinai. At every moment we're standing at Sinai, and yet there's something that's so inviting about the idea that our Torah wasn't given in one moment. And we'll see here in the text that Sinai is right now, the bottom of page 13, as Miriam alluded to, that the Kotzker Rebbe was asked, why is Shavuot called Zman Matan Torah, the time that the Torah was given, rather than the time the Torah was received? And then his answer is, the giving took place on one day, but the receiving takes place at all times. That the receiving of our Torah takes place at all times, and I hope for each one of us, as we go into the rest of the evening, as we go into the rest of Shavuot, that we feel this inspiration to be in relationship with Torah, to recognize that we are all standing at Sinai and we're all standing there together. We're all in it together, as Mark was saying, maybe for better or for worse, but we're there together, and that the excitement and the beauty of this relationship of Torah, of whatever it looks like, whether it's the fear, whether it's the safety, the compassion, that we each have a voice in Torah, that we each have a gift that we're bringing to Torah, and that Torah has a gift to offer each one of us, and that it is ongoing in our relationship day in and day out, and not just on our Shavuot. So with that, I leave you with the inspiration to continue learning Torah all night long, receiving it tonight and into the future forever.
So let's take a 10-minute break, and then Aaron will continue teaching. He's going to be teaching about the book of Ruth.
Yeah, I will. How we doing, folks? How do people feel about scooting up just a little bit? If you're in the, if you got those seats, no, if you're in the front, you're good. You're good. But at this point, I appreciate you all showing up for my openers this evening. And so it's great that you've now made it to the headliner. You had the Tonight Show, you had the Late Show, you had the Late Show, and I'm the Seinfeld reruns that are on public access TV. But hey, that's the highest grossing TV show of all time. So you tell me who got the primetime slot. We all had to fight for 3 a.m. Okay, I wanted this slot, and then you'll get the Today Show and Good Morning America with Roly in an hour. Anyway, we're going to learn the book of Ruth. Yeah. He's always had the last slot. Yeah. Like he wasn't fighting for 3 a.m. Okay. Real original. We're going to learn the book of Ruth on Shavuot. But for all this conversation about, receiving Torah or being given the Torah at Sinai, something that we haven't really gotten to the nitty-gritty of is what is that Torah? I've heard some of these side conversations between the shiurim of, well, what do we make of this Torah? What sort of authority do we give it? And depending on what that Torah is it Torah that we want to receive, right? And there's been some conversation about, some of the parts of these texts that don't sit well and don't align with our values. And so what does it mean for us to receive Torah that we can believe in, Torah that fits in with our picture of the God that we believe in, or the God that we at least aspire to believe in. And so hopefully we can see how the book of Ruth can open up avenues towards being able to receive that sort of Torah, even when it seems tough to access. And so we're gonna. Some of you have been with me on Friday mornings when I teach. Hopefully this will be, very sort of open-ended shiur discussion style. We'll read a good amount of text, but also I'd like to invite in reactions to that text that we'll read. So I'm going to kick things off with a feminist Bible scholar, Esther Fuchs, just as something to sort of, just frame potentially what we're bumping up against. Okay, so this opening text here was shared with me first day of class in the fall. I was in a class with Rabbi Dr. Amy Kalmanovsky. Some of you might know her. She's one of my favorite teachers. I've taken a few classes with her, including an independent study where we studied Ruth this spring, but that was after taking Women in the Bible with her in the fall. So this was one of the first texts we read back in September. No amount of searching for pre-biblical or extra-biblical sources and traditions can mitigate the fact that in its final presentation, the biblical text reduces women to auxiliary roles, suppresses their voices, and minimizes their national and religious significance. The Hebrew Bible not only presents women as marginal, it also advocates their marginality. It is not merely a text authored by men. It also fosters a politics of male domination. So first of all, I don't mean to assert this is my own theology. For what it's worth, right? We fall on various parts of the spectrum of the authorship of the Torah. This is a scholar, bringing her take. So I don't mean to assert that the Torah is not the word of God. But, Esther Fuchs is on one end of the spectrum, that the patriarchy of the text is irredeemable. And there are other feminist scholars who don't see it that way. In fact, we bring a lot of them into conversation with one another. But before we jump into Ruth, which, might not be surprising, already you can tell that there's some tension between Fuchs and Ruth, right? Because just given the fact that Ruth is one of 2 books in the entire Tanakh named for a woman, and we'll see this very central role that women in this book take, they're not in so much an auxiliary role. But before we get to Ruth, thoughts and reactions to this text. Is this something that feels resonant? Is it something that is challenging? I couldn't wait for Shelley to raise his hand. I was waiting for Shelley. As soon as I started with Esther Fuchs, please, Shelley. Yeah.
It may not be what you think. you know, you just touched on something. Earlier, we were downstairs talking about covenant, the Brit. And what I was thinking as we were talking, as people were speaking, we talk about a covenant in terms of a Brit. That's really male, really just a male dominated concept. Because the Brit in conservative Judaism, in Orthodox Judaism, is limited to the male. Let's be realistic about it. There's a full ceremony. There's nothing for the woman. Yeah, there's maybe a baby naming. So I think this is all tied together. And I see it that there's got to be a rethinking. Even when we're talking about covenant really, if you think about it, it comes from the Brit itself. What is it? It's a male issue. And even what she's talking about. So I think all of this has to be discussed. Maybe there has to be a rethinking because the starting point for these discussions, if you started from downstairs, is right from the beginning is male dominated. Everybody's, nobody mentioned it, but you can't talk about covenant the way it exists today without facing the reality that the very essence of it is male dominated. That's what it's about.
Right.
So I just wanted to throw that out as part of an overview.
No, and I appreciate that. And to respond to what you're getting at is that, especially if we understand what took place at Sinai through that, what was the word that we've now used a few times, the first paradigm that every word was heard at Sinai from the earlier session? Stenographic, right? So if we're understanding Sinai as that, then what you're getting at, Shelley, is exactly right, is that we understand covenant is marked through Brit Milah, which at least in, the paradigm of this Tanakh, which understands gender through a very cis sort of lens, then we're just talking about covenant being one thing. However, if we understand covenant as a kol, right, that was experienced, and not only that, an ongoing experience, right? We even read roim et hakolot, right? Roim means it's an ongoing experience. And furthermore, if we take these layers of midrash that expand the text, to thread together just different pieces of the shiurim tonight, where, if we take, what was that poem, where if we take what my brother wrote down, but we take what I heard, and we bring all of that together, now all of a sudden covenant looks like something very different, right? Shelley's saying we need to imagine covenant as something very different. And to thread together one more piece, Grace brought in Dr. Summer, who very much is going to argue, as am I, because he was my teacher as well, I was in that class with Grace, that the Tanakh itself, if you're willing to sort of believe that there is some level of authorship here, right, that through a documentary hypothesis lens, you can understand that the Torah has some human component. You look at the way there are these 4 different documents, and you see the way that Parshanut might be happening in the Tanakh itself, that it's not something that just happens later with Rashi and our other great commentators, but that it starts to take place in the Tanakh in the way that verses that seemingly contradict one another perhaps are actually commenting on one another and maybe even working to redeem one another. And now I'm really giving away where I think we're heading tonight in the title of my shiur being The Redemptive Torah of Megillat Ruth. But before I really give away too much, I want to hear from more folks. Yeah, please. Also, remind me your name? Bill?
Yeah.
Joe.
I have a very opposite question or comment. I read the book of Ruth, and Ruth is the paradigm of case of converts, okay? So the convert is, and it's a female model. This is a female book. This is a woman's book, and it's about relationships. It's all about relationships.
Yeah.
It's all about love. Where is the text, and where are the commandments? In the Shavuot and conversion model, where the Torah itself must be accepted, she joins the Jewish people by going back with Naomi because she loves her. But where's the stuff?
You're asking?
Where's the stuff of it? We've got a relationship. What is the stuff? What's it about?
What's the
What are the commandments? What
Yeah.
do I study? If this is the model, it's just about relationships. So it's very feminist, but in a way that maybe is not very fair to women who embrace the model because
Well,
it's
yeah.
just about relationships.
Well, I hope to answer. I hope to start to answer that exact question tonight. So I'm glad you asked it, because, and I admittedly a lot of sort of the Chiddush, right? The sort of new thing that I hope to bring to the Book of Ruth is not my own. It's Trod Fisher, a feminist Bible scholar whose source I bring in tonight. But we're going to get into just that, right? That there's a lot of redemptive parts in terms of the narrative, in terms of the relationship. But also, she argues, there's actually a lot of halachic stuff, like parshanut, that takes place in the Book of Ruth that ends up being the model for a lot of important parts of our tradition. But we'll wait to get there. So unless there are other comments before we start, I think we should read the first chapter, because I brought in a decent amount of text, and I want to get through some of it. I bolded some things that I think are significant, but I've said this when I've taught before. Anything that stands out to you, please feel free to comment on, and we'll see what comes out. All right, so this is most of the first chapter, I think. I don't think it's the whole thing, but now I can't remember. Okay. In the days when the chieftains ruled, there was a famine in the land, and a man of Bethlehem in Judah, with his wife and 2 sons, went to reside in the country of Moab. The man's name was Elimelech. His wife's name was Naomi, or actually, as Dr. Summer likes to point out, Noomi. And his 2 sons were named Matalon and Chilon, Ephratites of Bethlehem in Judah. They came to the country of Moab and remained there. Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. They married Moabite women, one named Orpah and the other Ruth, and they lived there about 10 years. Then those 2, Matalon and Chilon, also died. So the woman was left without her 2 sons and without her husband. She started out with her daughters-in-law to return from the country of Moab. For in the country of Moab she had heard that the Lord had taken note of God's people and given them food. Accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law, she left the place where she had been living, and they set out on the road back to the land of Judah. But Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Turn back, each of you, to your mother's house. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. May the Lord grant that each of you find security in the house of a husband." And she kissed them farewell. They broke into weeping, and said to her, "No, we will return with you to your people." But Naomi replied, "Turn back, my daughters. Why should you go with me? Have I any more sons in my body who might be husbands for you? Turn back, my daughters, for I am too old to be married. Even if I thought there was hope for me, even if I were married tonight, and I also bore sons, should you wait for them to grow up? Should you on their account debar yourselves from marriage? Oh no, my daughters, my lot is far more bitter than yours, for the hand of the Lord has struck out against me." They broke out into weeping again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law farewell, but Ruth clung to her. So she said, "See, your sister-in-law has returned to her people and her gods. Go follow your sister-in-law." But Ruth replied, "Do not urge me to leave you, to turn back and not follow you. For wherever I go, for wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. Thus and more may the Lord do to me if anything but death parts me from you." When Naomi saw how determined she was to go with her, she ceased to argue with her. And the 2 went on until they reached Bethlehem. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city buzzed with excitement over them. The women said, "Can this be Naomi?" "Do not call me Naomi," she replied. "Call me Mara, for Shaddai has made my lot very bitter. I went away full, and the Lord has brought me back empty. How can you call me Naomi when the Lord has dealt harshly with me, when Shaddai has brought misfortune upon me?" Then Naomi returned from the country of Moab. She returned with her daughter-in-law Ruth the Moabite. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. Yeah, so that's the full chapter, I believe. So before I offer anything, any initial things that stand out, seem interesting, maybe, or even just things you tend to like to point out in that beginning chapter? Yeah.
I don't know if this is right, but when someone is converting, are they asked, do they have to, when they go to ask to convert, are they turned away or they have to come back twice? They have to ask twice? Is there something in the conversion practice about that?
Yeah. Well, the turning away piece, in my learning, I've discovered is a little bit of an urban legend. In fact, halacha is actually much more explicit than in our tradition. We should be jumping at the bit to invite people in to be welcomed into our tradition, and it's sort of become a sociological cultural norm where we sort of put up these barriers. And so I'm actually happy to have an opportunity to go on record and say we should be much more excited and encouraging to welcome people into covenant. But there's something going on here where this Moabite wants to be a part of our tradition and goes out of her way to do so, despite there being actually very real barriers, right? You're pointing out that she is sort of turned away.
I'm just
And
saying Naomi twice,
yeah,
it's 2 times she says she implores them to leave. And it's interesting, they're both Moabite women. One does and one doesn't.
right. One does and one doesn't. But I also will at least put a pin in for a second. Any reactions to the Moabite piece? Does that stand out for anyone? Yeah. Let's get the mic over to you. Sorry, what was your name?
Joel. Hi.
Joel. Hi, Joel.
I mean, the Torah says explicitly that Torah says explicitly that you cannot marry someone from Moab.
Yeah. Okay. So let's begin the halachic piece. Okay. So I'm glad you brought it up. Just turn the page. Just read that. I'm going to read that first verse there at the top. So we read in Dvarim, no Ammonite or Moabite shall be admitted into the congregation of Adonai. No descendants of such, even in the 10th generation, shall ever be admitted into the congregation of Adonai. Okay, this is huge, right? So, I'm gonna start bringing in some of this information. Not only is Ruth stepping into the tradition, but Ruth is gonna be responsible for the genealogical line that gives birth to King David. So the most important, and again, Roly actually spoke about this a few weeks ago. We don't want to be a tradition that is so, hung up on, birth lines and that sort of relationship to Judaism. But it can't be understated that in Dvarim we read no Moabite should ever be a Jew, but David is descended from a Moabite woman who steps into the tradition, and we should be of the understanding that the author of Ruth is aware of the halacha, right? So whatever is going on here, there's already been the beginning of a halachic license to say, this halacha clearly doesn't, am I still on? Oh, okay. Doesn't seem to fit, right? So it doesn't seem to work. There's already an expansion on the of something going on here on a technical level. Yeah, please, Joy. Let's get you the mic. But Joel, thanks for pointing that out. I like when someone else can bring us there.
I think, is this on?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I think it was Yael Dayan came to BJ many, many years ago, and she pointed out something that I think is relevant. It says Ammoni and Moavi, not Ammonia and Umovia.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's talking about, it's not talking about Moabite women, it's talking about Ammonite and Moabite men.
All right. Well, that's a strong counter argument to the one I've just made, but I appreciate you lifting it up. That's a good point.
Although that is basically a technicality and probably
right. I would say it probably is a technicality, right? Is that like when we're speaking in the singular, Hebrew being a gendered language, unfortunately, we're not always given gender neutral terms unless they're in the plural, and even then, we don't do a great job of it. Usually, if we're in the infinitive. Okay, other reactions to this first chapter? Anything else that stood out? I'm also happy to start pointing out things that I think are a huge deal. Yeah. Oh, let's get you the mic. And introduce yourself to everyone.
Oh, hi. Good morning. I'm Kristen.
Thanks, Kristen.
Oh, so it's just the top of, I guess, page 15, which you already bolded, but it stood out for me just because, to me, it seemed like she couldn't conceive of any other relationship that she had than this one. But then it didn't seem like she needed much persuasion to let Ruth stay also. So it just seems kind of both.
Well,
Oh,
that's interesting. So I will say, as far as the persuasion goes, this is the second bidding to go away. So I think at this point you could argue Naomi's like, all right, you're coming along for the ride. And for what it's worth, there's an argument that there is an incredible sort of arc of their relationship, right? We're not going to look at chapters 2 and 3, but they don't necessarily have such a closeness right away, and we get there. Like, their relationship ends up being one that is really beautiful, where like they really show up and support one another. So you could sort of read this as, okay, great, you're coming along for the ride. But then the next thing we read is, don't call me Naomi, call me Mara, right? Like, even though, there's already been this radical act of I'm joining along with you, she's still mostly overcome by the grief of everything that she's experienced. And this sort of new relationship has not yet sort of created this sort of warmth for her. But you pointed out another important piece. Have I any more sons who might be husbands for you? Is this ringing any other potential halachic bells for anyone?
Levirate marriage.
Levirate marriage. Ding, 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 ding. Mark, do you want to try your best to explain levirate marriage?
Sure, I'll try. It doesn't really sound like, are we on? Yeah, okay. So if you are married and your husband dies and you do not have a child, your name is built up through you marrying the brother of the deceased, so that there can be a bloodline that is deemed to belong to the deceased brother through the fiction of this marriage.
Right. So Naomi...
the real marriage, but
right.
it's a fiction that it's the same bloodline.
Naomi is making reference to the law, right? It seems as if there is understanding of what levirate marriage is, because she says explicitly, are you really going to wait for me to have another son, for that son to grow up, and for you to marry that son? Because ostensibly, Ruth is off the hook in the sense that there are currently no other options. That really matters. And it matters because we're going to see that levirate marriage is still taken into account, but that levirate marriage is going to change. I'm not going to tell you how just yet, but we're going to read more of the text. There are more halachic innovations that take place, right? So I'm just going to quickly read the other text I brought in, Devarim 25:5. What Mark just sort of explained for us, when brothers dwell together and one of them dies and leaves no offspring, the wife of the deceased shall not become that of another party outside the family. Her husband's brother shall unite with her. He shall take her as his wife and perform the levir's duty. So they know what's going on. Naomi is basically making reference to such. Yeah, Tammy.
I was taught that this is in reference to Genesis 38 and Judah and the 3 sons there.
So that's the other place that it takes place.
Right.
The other place it explicitly actually takes place is in that narrative.
Right, and the Torah is talking to itself, and this is the redemptive voice that is speaking at this point.
Well, and it's going to get a lot more redemptive when we see who's redeeming who, right? Because basically, Ruth has decided to go with Naomi, and when she has this child, we're going to read, and we'll read it together in a few moments, that the child, through this new sort of halachic process, she is redeeming Naomi. This is actually going to become Naomi's child. And the concern, right, about who needs to be redeemed is not the deceased husband or the deceased father, but the living 2 women present here. We are concerned with Ruth, and we are concerned with Naomi. So now, not only has a Moabite joined the people, but the author of Ruth has also decided that levirate marriage needs to be changed. And not only does it need to be changed, it needs to be changed in service of the living over the dead. And not only that, it needs to be changed in service of living women, right? And not these men who all of these laws, right? If we were to look at this through Esther Fuchs's lens, through a very androcentric text, this is looking a lot less androcentric. And by the way, it's not looking a lot less androcentric just because of the relationship and the centrality of the women, right? I've already, given away a little bit, right, that we know that Ruth is going to give birth to a son that's eventually going to lead to King David. So the counter argument could be, okay, great, Aaron. So these women are central in the book, but all that's taking place is that the story ends with a male heir, right? That is what we see so many of the women of Genesis seems to be their purpose, is that they end up having a male heir. But there are such significant differences here. First of all of these women in Genesis deal with issues around being able to get pregnant, right? And there's this reliance on God, right? If God is to talk about this challenging paradigm of Shavuot and the metaphor of it being this sort of heteronormative marriage, there's no reliance upon God to make this pregnancy happen. And all of the men die at the beginning of the story, right? They're gone. We're not doing this to redeem these men. In fact, Elimelech, God's name, God is king. A man named God is king dies in the first few verses, and then we have a child. And we have a child to redeem Ruth, to redeem Naomi. That is a radical departure from where we were in Genesis and from what our laws of Levirate marriage and from what our laws around the Moabite being welcome into the Jewish people look like. Yeah, Ruthie, let's get you the mic.
I mean, I am partial to the book. But in all sincerity, I just, not to go too off topic, but within the chapter, what has impressed me and stuck out to me every single time is this idea, for wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people and your God, my God. The idea that Ruth is really, it seems that her loyalty and her integrity is what defines her, which is really why I am partial to the book and not joking terms. But her loyalty to the promise that she made when she did marry her husband, right? That even past his death, she is committed to the vow that she made at that moment, from that moment forward, that she chooses not to go back to her pre-marriage life, even though the law would allow her to. But she's saying, no, this was a new beginning for me, and I take that vow and that commitment very seriously, and so I am going to continue it for the rest of my life. Which at a time when marriage was mostly, economical or for hierarchy and position in society, is saying even more.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. That on one level, there's this, she's staying committed to a commitment she made. However, there's something else going on in that verse as well, right? When she's saying, wherever you go, I will go. That notion, I will go, is this ringing any other biblical bells? Like, if we're going to read things intertextually, any other characters that come to mind? Lech lecha, Elech. Is that what, did someone say Elech? Yeah. So Lech lecha, Abraham, okay? And then Rivka, Elech. Those two are often tied together, right? Is that Abraham is told, Lech lecha, you will go. Rivka says, I will go. And interestingly, there's this beautiful departure that Abraham's told to go, whereas Rivka makes a decision to go, but she makes a decision to go after she's asked. Ruth is one step even more radical. Ruth is told to leave. Ruth is told, you're free. And she is saying, she is really stepping into this journey, right? And what a beautiful thing to be reading on Shavuot, that just like those of us that experienced Sinai, also those of us that didn't experience Sinai, here we have a model of someone who, without invitation, is stepping into covenant. And that to me is also incredibly special, that Shavuot is about this acceptance of the Torah for all of us who want to be in relationship with it, right? And that is a really, really big deal, that Ruth fits into that paradigm with these really, really central characters. Couple other things I want to point out from chapter 1. I bolded your mother's house. So a lot of these Fuchs sort of commentators will point out everything's about the Beit Av. Everything is about the father's house in the Tanakh, right? Because it was quite literally the structure of the ancient Near East family, right? Is that you'd have these units that lived together in the father's house, and it was about sort of existing in that paradigm. The only other place that mother's house, Beit Em, shows up in all of Tanakh is Shir HaShirim, another book that has women very much central in their voice and in the narrative. So that's to me significant. And then I pointed out that when Naomi arrives back home, it's all the women who are calling out and inviting her in, right? And that the fact that she is surrounded in community by the women, you're seeing all these ways that Ruth is working to buck against, the vast majority of the Tanakh that in a lot of ways is erasing other identities, and I think that that's really beautiful and really special. I think we should look at chapter 4, unless there were other reactions to chapter 1. Groovy. Okay. All right, so I think we're on page 16 now. Yeah, okay. So, meanwhile, Boaz had gone. Okay, I should catch us up. Someone else want to catch us up? What happens in chapters 2 and 3? It's my voice a lot. What happens in chapters 2 and 3? Anyone have Ruth really fresh in their mind? Okay. Was that a? No, we need the cliff notes. That's great. Mark, you want to bring the mic over? Thanks.
Naomi, I'll say this, sets up for Ruth the idea that she should go and meet Boaz and to his fields. And she lays at his feet, and the next thing we know, she has a child. There's a lot more with that, where he sees her and he's very impressed with her kindness. I actually just read something that he was so impressed because all the other women bent down and showed their legs, and she knelt down and was had so much modesty. He was taken with her. I just read that commentary. I thought it was very interesting.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And what's interesting, right, is that Boaz is a relative of Naomi's, and there's also some level of coincidence, is that Naomi sends Ruth off to glean in the fields, and she actually coincidentally ends up in Boaz's field, and then.
No, you think it's a coincidence?
Well, the initial gleaning.
Oh, okay.
Not the like shidduch of sorts.
Okay.
That's not coincidental. Okay. Naomi finds out that Ruth has been there and says, "Here's what you should do." And then there are a lot of important conversations to be had about what's going on here in this sexual dynamic. Right. Right, in the way that like Ruth is like sort of like laying in Boaz's bed when he arrives there, and there is a very thoughtful way, which we're about to read, that Boaz goes about sort of formalizing their union. Just so we understand what we're about to read, Boaz takes like a lot of steps to make sure that he, at least in the world that they're living in, is going about things in like the right way. Yeah. Okay. So that's who Boaz is. Right. Meanwhile, Boaz had gone to the gate and sat down there. And now the Redeemer, whom Boaz had mentioned, passed by. He called, "Come over and sit down here, so-and-so," and he came over and sat down. Then Boaz took 10 elders of the town and said, "Be seated here," and they sat down. So here's this process. He said to the Redeemer, "Naomi, now returned from the country of Moab, must sell the piece of land which belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. I thought I should disclose the matter to you and say, acquire it in the presence of those seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you are willing to redeem it, redeem. But if you will not redeem, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one to redeem but you, and I come after you." "I am willing to redeem it," he replied. Boaz continued, "When you acquire the property from Naomi and from Ruth the Moabite, you must also acquire the wife of the deceased, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon his estate." The Redeemer replied, "Then I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I impair my own estate. You take over my right of redemption, for I am unable to exercise it." Now this was formerly done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange. To validate any transaction, one man would take off his sandal and hand it to the other. Such was the practice in Israel. So when the Redeemer said to Boaz, "Acquire for yourself," he drew off his sandal. And Boaz said to the elders and to the rest of the people, "You are witnesses today that I am acquiring from Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilon and Matalon. I am also acquiring Ruth the Moabite, the wife of Matalon, as my wife, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon his estate, that the name of the deceased may not disappear from among his kinsmen and from the gate of his hometown. You are witnesses today." All the people at the gate and the elders answered, "We are. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your houses like Rachel and Leah, both of whom built up the house of Israel. Prosper in Ephratah and perpetuate your name in Bethlehem." And may your house be like the house of Peretz, whom Tamar bore to Judah, through the offspring which the Lord will give you by this young woman. So Boaz married Ruth. She became his wife, and he cohabited with her. The Lord let her conceive, and she bore a son. We'll turn the page here. I swear it gets good. And the woman said to Naomi, and the women said to Naomi, Blessed be the Lord, who has not withheld a redeemer from you today. May his name be perpetuated in Israel. He will renew your life and sustain your old age, for he is born of your daughter-in-law who loves you and is better to you than 7 sons. Naomi took the child and held it to her bosom. She became its foster mother. And the women neighbors gave him a name, saying, A son is born to Naomi. They named him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, father of David. Sort of led a little bit with what to be looking for, but anything that is standing out about this chapter. This is the end of the book. Yeah, Mark.
Well, one thing that strikes me is the sandal. I mean, I know we were talking about levirate marriages, but that's chalitza, or however you pronounce it, where you refuse to marry, then you take off the sandal, and then there's a little spit in one direction or another, and so this sandal here is an oddity. I guess they're saying that it's as part of a transaction, but it's an oddity.
It's definitely an oddity, but I think the reason it's a huge deal that it's there is that it speaks to what we were talking about at the beginning. There's an awareness of this being halakha, and yet what we read is that Naomi is who's redeemed. Naomi becomes the mother-in-law, right? So the author of Ruth is letting Ruth, the character in herself, be an exegete. Let herself be someone who is taking the halakha and interpreting it. And so she actually writes, Irmtraud Fisher writes, that what might be happening is that a woman authored this text. But if a woman didn't author the text, then a man who had genuine sensibilities towards, the rights and needs of women, real genuine feminist sensibilities, was the author of this text. She writes here, in Boaz, Ruth has found a man who is open for such a halakha. He is a God-fearing man and recognizes Ruth's kindness, which is similar to that of his God. The feminist exegete who has written Ruth lets the elders confirm her halakha. She emphasizes that the whole people and the elders are witnesses to the legal matter that connects levirate and redemption. That is how a distinguished Israelite man marries a Moabite woman in full obedience to the Torah. I think that is so profound. I think that what we're reading here is not just this narrative where not only are women central, but by the way, this is by far the most dialogue we'll see between women in all of the Tanakh. Their relationship is also one of connection and lifting each other up, and not one of competition and taking each other down. But it's also literally one where they are implementing what is our evolved halakha, our rabbinic tradition, our evolved Torah. But it's taking place in the Tanakh. It's not taking place in the Gemara. It's not taking place in later layers of halakha. It's taking place in the book that we're going to read in just, a day and a half, or probably about 24 hours at this point. And that is so, so profound. I mean, other things I'll just actually, Seth, please. Yeah, we got plenty of time.
I like your term connection, Aaron, and I think it applies also to Boaz's relationship with Ruth. And I think it's borderline offensive that in both places in this chapter where they talk about the relationship between Boaz and Naomi, they refer to it as an acquisition.
Yeah.
It does not say, and there's a parenthetical kaniti, which is
Parenthetical what?
It says kaniti.
Kaniti, yeah.
It's not part of the actual Bible. It's just an assumption that if you acquire the land, you acquire the woman. And then subsequently, it also says the same thing. Nowhere in the connection is, I think, if you acquire the land, you must form a bond. You must connect yourself with this woman. Not you must acquire her. And I'm not sure why that translation was necessary.
Yeah, and it brings up, Rabbi Bovitz was talking about this earlier tonight, but it brings up a lot of interesting conversations about how we sort of navigate the language of acquisition as it pertains to marriage and to unions that we step into. Other reactions to this fourth chapter, yeah, Joy. Where's the mic? It's sitting on that table, I think, now. Seth, where'd you put the mic? It's coming. Thanks, Joel.
Well, the question I have is, can you all hear me?
Yeah,
That wasn't the question. The question I have is, where is Ruth at the very end of this? I'm getting the feeling, did Ruth survive the pregnancy? Because
Oh,
it's all about Naomi and the other women.
Yeah. No, that is interesting. I don't know where Ruth is, but what I will say is that you'll have to just sort of take my word for it. Not only is it a big deal, right, that we're now reading that Naomi is who's being redeemed, but it also speaks to the relationship between Ruth and Naomi. One where Naomi was pushing Ruth away, and Ruth was beseeching her to let her, come along. One where, then in the middle we see Naomi doing some coaching for Ruth, and Ruth, playing this role in seeking relationship with her relative. We now see that Ruth has, in stepping into covenant, in stepping into this peoplehood, we end in this beautiful place of this woman lifting up this other woman. So we know that Ruth bears the child and Naomi is redeemed. So we don't have anything beyond her. So Boaz married Ruth, and she bore a son, which is the 5th to last verse. But you're right in that we end in a place of the male, the male
don't know where
heir,
Ruth is
Obed and
there.
Jesse and David. But it's that we're not redeeming Elimelech, we're not redeeming Matalon or Chilon, we're not even redeeming Boaz. We're redeeming Naomi, a woman who's gone from bitterness to this overwhelming joy in having a child that she can view as her own. And remember, this started out with devastation, right? There's a lot of loss here that we didn't really talk about from like a human perspective, right? We sort of just like accept that part at face value. So this is like the arc of the story is also very beautiful. And again, we read, the women neighbors gave him the name. The women said to Naomi, it's like in Shir HaShirim, the Benot Yerushalayim, this like cohort of women that are surrounding the female lover. It's another place where it's not just Ruth and Naomi. This whole community, the whole narrative is this beautiful, I think, redemptive Torah of what it would look like for Torah to have everyone sort of represented. And I think it's a huge deal that it's this book we read on Shavuot, a book that is supposed to be so central to our understanding of receiving Torah and of what Torah is, could, should, can be, when we allow ourselves to continue to be experiencing revelation, to continue to experiencing the kolot, and letting Torah continue to expand and evolve. Yeah, please.
Actually saw this now as we're talking about it. It's the book of Ruth, and we're talking about Ruth, yet the end of the story, I don't like it. It makes me feel very uncomfortable that Naomi, the mother-in-law, I am a mother-in-law, so maybe I have a different lens, but Naomi, the mother-in-law, took the child, and the other women said, a son is born to Naomi. So what happened to Ruth? Why was she actually cast aside? The question was, is she even alive? What happened? I mean, I'm not comfortable with this. It makes me feel very sad that Ruth was she used at the end of the day? I don't know.
So that's an interesting question. Roly, please. Well, so I share the discomfort, right? That you don't even see a moment of Ruth with her child, and you don't see a moment of Ruth and Naomi together. I think something that assuages a little bit of it for me is that it seems like Ruth. This is what Ruth wants, because Ruth. You can disagree with me, please. I'm saying from the perspective of it seems like Ruth is actually doing things to navigate what Levirate marriage is. She's going out of her way to make it so she stays with Naomi. She wants to redeem Naomi. She goes to Boaz specifically, and it's this ability to be with her mother-in-law and say, I will go with you instead of going back to my mother's house. This is what I want, is to be able to redeem another woman and still fit into the paradigm of like what Ruthie was saying, live up to the commitment I had when I entered this family and entered this partnership, but I'm doing it by way of Naomi, which is a very beautiful way. And she's making that choice, right? Whether or not it's challenging to see, like, you've just had this child, like, this is also your moment. It shouldn't exclusively be Naomi's moment. There at least is beauty in the agency. You could argue, I don't feel like she's being used. I feel like she's made every choice for not only to be here, but she's actually navigated this. So this is what happens with her child. Like no one has forced, she has not been coerced into this, you could argue. Yeah, me too. I mean, but it's fair. I mean, you and Joy shared the same, discomfort, which is that, we're not reading of Ruth at the end, which is interesting. Yeah, Roly.
I think you're
I
absolutely
think we lost one
right on
speaker.
target.
Yeah.
Aaron, I think that this is the ultimate act of chesed
Mhm.
of Ruth. This whole book is about chesed.
Yeah.
And so this is the ultimate act of chesed. It's completely selfless, and she is self-effacing in the end. I mean, she's the center of the book. She's the center of the book, and then at the end, she sort of disappears very, very quietly, in
Yeah.
a sense.
Yeah.
And leaves Naomi at the center, and she moves away. I mean, it's powerful.
Oh, incredibly. Yeah. I'm gonna. Oh, Mark, please.
I had a question.
Yeah.
Do you get a sense? Because I forget now the preceding chapters. Is this a scripted interaction between Boaz and the first Redeemer? Was that first Redeemer really ever to be the Redeemer, and it was unseemly for Boaz to step forward and say, "I will be the Redeemer," and therefore there's a straw man Redeemer, and they go through the motions with the crowd, with the other men of the land as an audience to show that everything's kind of being done above board, and so it just seems like almost
I don't know if that's made explicit. Do you actually have some clarity on that? Or please respond either way. I don't know if that's made explicit. I think that he goes in with a certain sort of confidence about what's going to shake out, right? Because once he says, okay, what comes with the acquisition is also the acquisition, or rather the sense that you need to marry this woman. But he also knows that if he skips this process, the legitimacy of what's taking place will be called into question. And so Boaz is trying to go about things nobly, right? Ruth makes an attempt to sort of initiate their relationship, and he says, "Wait, first let me do this so that there's no doubt around our partnership."
Why couldn't Boaz have been the Redeemer from the get-go?
It seems like there was quite literally like someone who was more who
a higher priority,
who had a higher priority in terms of rights to Elimelech's land. Right, he was a closer relative, or yeah. But yeah, let's get the mic over there.
It was on the Hesed comment Rabbi made a second ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it just reminds me of one of the tales of the Hasidim talking about how the ultimate display of love for humankind is to suffer with the sufferer, and I think that's exactly what Ruth does for Naomi.
Is to suffer with the...
Is to suffer with the sufferer.
Uh-huh.
Is to take another person's suffering as your own.
Mm.
And, I mean, a discussion of Hesed.
Which seems like it's the narrative for Ruth from the beginning,
Seems to be
right? Yeah,
exactly
she's
what
decided to come alongside Naomi when she can return back home and theoretically have a fresh start. Yeah, that's beautiful. I want to close with this last piece from Irmtraud Fisher, who sort of shaped a lot of this teaching, but this is sort of the conclusion to her essay, and it touches on a lot of things I've said, but a lot of beautiful points here that we'll touch on and then close. But so Ruth's author lets her protagonist becomes an exegete. Ruth is creating a new halakha from the two legal institutions that guarantee the solidarity of kinship. In combining the Levirate marriage and the duty of redemption, she presents an interpretation of the Torah, a halakha that is adequate for her and Naomi's situation. The halakha aims at the secure living of women who are only granted a marginal position in a patriarchal society, right? Very different from the paradigm that Esther Fuchs is arguing is true in the entire Tanakh. Ruth contradicts the androcentricity of the Levirate, which does not focus on the widow, but only on the deceased husband. She also contradicts the androcentricity of the concept of redemption that deals with the man who owns land in the patriarchal family. The book of Ruth is often described as a delightful idyll, a trivial romance. Two widowed women succeed in getting a man and a child. The genealogy at the end, however, refuses to reduce such an interpretation. The two women, Leah and Rachel, build up the house of Israel. The two women, it's same language, Shtaim there, Naomi and Ruth, built up the house of David. The book of Ruth composes the people's history as women's history. The story of Ruth began with Elimelech, whose name means "my God is king." He and his sons died. However, the dead man's name is being strikingly carried on through his wife and his daughter-in-law, because the God of Israel lets the royal dynasty arise by the means of the two women. Before I read this last piece, one other piece about this dynamic between the two women is that we see these dynamics of Sarah and Hagar and of Leah and Rachel being so contentious, right? And being relationships that are actually very painful, where one tries to get ahead at the expense of the other. And here we see Ruth and Naomi very much benefiting by the love and support that each of them lend to one another. Another way that we see not just halachic redemption, but also narrative redemption, which is what we were alluding to at the beginning. In admitting the book of Ruth to the canon, people agreed with the exegete who explains her concern in referring to the tradition. She pursued the right strategy in order to explain sensibly her concern, which is definitely for women, and to make it appear clear and reasonable to men too. In Jewish tradition, the scroll of Ruth is read at Shavuot. This custom constitutes splendid homage to the exegete who wrote the story of Ruth. The gift of the Torah is being celebrated by the means of a story that interprets it in a creative and vigorous way. My blessing is that's the Torah that we're still receiving, and that is what it means when we experience and see these thunderous experiences in the world, that this Torah should be interpreted creatively and vigorously, and may we merit to experience Torah and live out Torah like Ruth and Naomi, and be reminded of that of every Shavuot. Hag Sameach. We're going to take 10, and you get the main event. Rabbi Roly, 5 to 4.
Okay. All right. We are on page 19. Okay. So before we get into this text, so what is the reason why we have mitzvot? What's the reason why we have mitzvot? We have lots of mitzvot. We have 613 mitzvot, right? And these mitzvot generate all sorts of very complicated rules. We have tons of laws and rules and regulations and things we can do and things we can't do. Can we heat water on a Hag? Can we, all sorts of, just like all sorts of regulations from from morning to night, from the beginning of our lives to the end of our lives, and even after we are dead. There's still laws to be observed after we die. So, what's the reason for all of that? And we're about to receive Torah in Shavuot, and Torah is mostly about binding ourselves in covenant to God by observing mitzvot. So what's the reason for all of that?
I think it goes back to the one of the poems that Becca has in here, the one, I shall not float unreined in space. And if you go farther down, I have no existence without it. I think you need the laws to contain you. You need the laws to define you. You need the laws to have an existence. I think about it in my professional life, whenever I talk to creative people, I ask them well, wasn't it hard to not have any money, or wasn't it hard to do it in such a small space, or wasn't it hard to do it? And they say, no, the box makes it easier because then you know what you're building inside of.
Gives you structure.
Right. If you have nothing, too much freedom, you don't know what to do.
Okay. Pass it to Shira.
I wonder if it's to keep our attention to our everything that we do. I mean, it's very
So
easy
it's a
to
question
go
of awareness,
through
of mindfulness.
Awareness, exactly.
Mindfulness of what?
Of all of our actions, everything we do.
We do a lot of very intricate things, right?
Right.
So we do things so that we might be mindful about what we're doing.
I'm thinking, do we say a blessing before we eat? So when we put our, clothes on, when we stand up, so the things that we do all the time are really, we could do mindlessly. It's very easy not to. So maybe even awareness of why is it that to make us even think, how can we do this? What a miracle. Some days I say even the birds, looking at them.
I think the structure also gives us creativity. It allows us the opposite. Yeah. That without it we're sort of at loose. It's chaotic and it's sort of at loose ends, and we need the both to give us a purpose in life.
On the other hand, if any of you grew up in an ultra orthodox environment, you would find that there's not this wonderful structure in mitzvot. Quite the opposite. It binds you, and it's used to control. It's a method of control. So there's a balance there, and believe me, I went through it, and boy, you can be controlled.
I think it can be a way of help. That's okay, thank you. I think it can be. I think it can be a way of helping one connect to God and also connect to other people in a spiritual way, in a way of trying to see what's really in people in a meaningful kind of a relationship.
And Sherry was the first person who, interesting, who mentioned some sort of a connection with God, right? The mitzvot is some sort of a connection with God. So I just want to highlight that that it's not the first thing we think about when we think about commandments. Is some sort of a connection with God, as Sherry mentioned.
That's what I was going to say.
Great. So let's go into this. Before we go into this, if we didn't have mitzvot, so suppose that there's no mitzvot, how could we express or experience a sense of devotion to God? How could we express devotion to God if we didn't have mitzvot? Anybody? Prayer, okay. Okay, without an obligation. Mitzvot is a commandment, it's an obligation. You have to do this. But we could do certain things spontaneously, right? Just connect with
music
God.
And dance.
Music and dance. Okay, it's just as a gift, as an offering, as a sense of connection with God. Okay.
Certain forms of Protestants, let's say Pentecostals, there's not much formal ritual, or almost none at all.
Okay.
But there is, they believe they're filled with the Spirit, whether through joy or what, like literally the Spirit of the Holy Ghost goes into them.
So some sort of a turning in and feeling God's Spirit within you and connecting to that. Okay, so let's look at this. This is a Hasidic text. The author of this text is a Rebbe by the name of Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk. He was the first Rebbe who worked, acted, taught in what is today Belarus, in that area. And he was one of the members of the circle of the Maggid of Mezerich, who had been a disciple of the Baal Shem Tov. So it's an early Hasidic group that were around the Maggid of Mezerich. He left Europe around 1777, I think, and he moved to Israel, took a few Hasidim with him, and established a yeshiva in Tiberias. And his teachings are collected in two books. One is called Pri Haaretz, the other was called Likutei Amarim, collection of his sayings and his teachings. So here's the teaching, and it begins with quoting this verse from the book of Genesis that says, "Because Abraham has listened to my voice, Vishmor mishmarti, and has kept my charge, mitzvotai, my commandments, my statutes, chukotai, vetorotai, and my teachings." And this is God speaking about the covenant with Abraham, that he makes a covenant with Abraham. And God says he has observed the commandments, my statutes, the chukot, and my teachings. What's surprising about this verse? We don't have any commandments at this point. So why is the book of Genesis, why is God saying in the book of Genesis that Abraham observed the commandments and all the teachings of God, the commandments, the statutes? What is the statutes? What's the difference between mitzvah and chok. What is chok? Chukotai. What is chok? Anybody knows? The stuff that doesn't necessarily, the obligations that we have that don't necessarily make rational sense. Okay? Can you give me an example of one such chok, of something that doesn't make rational sense, that we don't know the reason for this particular commandment? If I tell you, for example, the commandment, you shall not murder. I mean, it's clear, right? Why? If you say, for example, you have to say thank you and offer grace after you eat something and express your gratitude to God, it's clear why it is, right? If I say to do not covet, okay, it's clear. But if I say, give me an example of something that is a chok, the red heifer, okay, the red heifer, that you have to take a red heifer, it's completely red, and you have to burn it to ashes, mix the ashes of the red heifer with water, and this potion, and mix it with a couple of other things. And this is the potion that we use in order to purify people who have come into contact with ritual impurity. For example, with a carcass of a dead animal. I mean, it doesn't make sense. What is this, a red heifer? Burn it to ash, mix it with water. The rabbis say, this is hocus pocus. Huh? And the people who create this potion and who handle it and who perform this ritual of purification, they themselves become impure. I mean, it's crazy. Right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's called a chok. We don't understand. God commands something that doesn't make rational sense. It's called a chok. And so here it says that Abraham observed the commandments, all the teachings of the Torah, Torotai, all my teachings of the Torah, and including the things that are sort of irrational. Right? So it's a little strange because the Torah was not yet given in the generation of Abraham. Took few more generations until the generation of Moshe and the Israelites that came out of Mitzrayim. Took quite a while. So here's what he is going to try to resolve. How is it possible that Abraham observed the commandments even though the Torah had not been yet given? So here we go. All the roots and branches, general principles, and specific rulings have their root above, have borne fruit below in the performance of the commandments. This means there's lots and lots and lots of laws. There are laws that derive from laws, that derive from laws, that derive from laws. I mean, it's very, very intricate. The system of Jewish law is very, very complex and very intricate. And so what he's saying is that there are fruits, there are leaves and branches, and then a trunk, and it's all rooted somewhere above. All these commandments, all these rulings, all the performances that we have, they have their root somewhere in above, in some sort of divine realm. This is our Holy Torah, with all its commandments, statutes, and teachings. It's all rooted somewhere above. Our sages said, in regard with to this verse, because Abraham has listened to my voice and kept my charge, that Abraham kept the entire Torah, even Eruvei Tavshilin. So the sages said, the rabbi said, Abraham fulfilled the entire Torah, even though the Torah had not been given. How did he know? How did he know? How could Abraham know what to do, including Eruvei Tavshilin? You know what Eruvei Tavshilin is? It's a law that says that since you can't, for example, on a holiday, like Shavuot, you can cook, you can prepare food, but only for consumption on this particular day. But what happens when you have a festival followed by a Shabbat? Say that Shavuot was today and Shabbat is tomorrow. So how are you going to prepare food for Shabbat? Since you're not prepare it a few days before. So you prepare on Shavuot, you can prepare today food for tomorrow for Shabbat. If you, previous to the beginning of the holiday, if you make some sort of an arrangement called Eruvei Tavshilin, that enables you to cook food on the holiday for the next day, which is Shabbat. And so you have to make a ritual before the beginning of the holiday in order to cook for Shabbat on the holiday. This happened recently with the 8th day of the 7th day of Pesach was on a Friday, and then was Shabbat. So you could cook on Friday, prepare food for Shabbat, if before the beginning of the 7th day of Pesach, of that Thursday evening, you made this particular ritual. So it's very intricate. How did Abraham know all this stuff? How did he know? The rabbi said that he observed the whole Torah. How did he know? You could say, okay, the rational things he knows, because, I mean, we observe many mitzvot that even if the Torah doesn't say, it's clear that that's what we should do, right? I mean, it's the right thing to do. We know it intuitively. But there's some things we don't know intuitively, like Eruv Tashilin. I mean, it's a little bit of a, twisted type of a thinking. Ruthie, what did you want to say? So is it possible that Abraham was doing some of these things that then became commandments? Yeah, I mean, he was doing things. How did he know? So let's see, how did he know? Okay, we'll figure it out here in the text. Okay. This surely seems strange. It says, this surely seems strange, right? That he knew everything. How did he know it? Even if we say that he apprehended those commandments that good sense would indicate, so he knew, of course, as I said, all the things that are obvious, that are rational. He knew all those things. I mean, he was a very wise man. He was a very devoted man to God, and he knew the stuff that is obvious. But what about the chukim? What about the statutes, the things that don't make rational thinking? How did the rational sense? How did he know? The red heifer and all the rest. How did he know? But the sages tell us that God said to Moshe, to you I shall reveal the meaning of this heifer, but to others it will be a statute. In other words, God said, there are certain people, like Moshe, to whom I will reveal the meaning. You will understand the meaning of the red heifer. Nobody else will know. For everybody else, the red heifer will be an irrational law. They'll just have to follow it without understanding it. They'll just commit themselves to performing these statutes without understanding them. But to Moshe, I will give him a sense of what this is about. The statutes too, in fact, have a meaning. And the root, we don't know it, we can't make sense of it, but they have a meaning. And the root above in the order of creation, there's a reason for the red heifer. We don't know it. To us, it seems irrational, but there is a reason, and that reason is somewhere above in the order of creation. God, it says, the rabbis say that the Torah precedes creation, and that God looked into the Torah in order to create the world. So even before creation, the reason for these statutes, like the red heifer, is already determined above. Yes? Right. So that's right. So let. No, if you know the meaning of something, then you're going to perform the act. If you know that it makes sense not to steal, if you know that
to steal is not good. And so therefore you're not going to steal. So he knew the meaning of this thing, the importance and the meaning of this thing, so he would do it. Right? Yes.
He had milk with meat.
He what?
He had milk with meat.
Yes, I mean,
so so I don't know if he really
well,
knew
the
that,
rabbis will say that
it was before the gift.
yeah. So he didn't eat it himself. He served it to them. They're angels. I mean, there's all sorts of explanations. Okay. Okay. The statutes too, in fact, have a meaning and a root above in the order of creation, since creation itself took place by means of Torah. The Torah is the instrument by which God created the world, in a sense. So it existed up there. Okay. But not every mind can bear this. And that is why for others it will be a statute. For Moshe and for Abraham, those things made sense. For the rest of us, it doesn't. And so they become statutes. And so we have to observe those things in spite of the fact that we don't understand them. The Torah was not speaking of such giants as Moshe and Abraham, peace be upon them, before whom nothing stood as a statute. All the statutes were comprehensible commandments to them as they apprehended their meaning and root. So far, so good? So for them, these chukim became what commandments are for us. What are commandments for us? Things that we understand, things that are rational. For them, these statutes became mitzvot.
So the word commandment is used here, which presupposes that there was a commandment. Not that with stealing, we know it's wrong. We don't need to be commanded because we just know it's wrong.
Yes.
They're still saying it's a comprehensible commandment.
That's right. So what it means here is that for them, the statutes were rational. For us, they're not rational. For them, it was rational. So they became like a mitzvah is for you and for me. We understand that the mitzvot have a purpose and a reason. We understand the reason for the mitzvot. If we don't know them, we go and study, and the rabbis will tell you what is the meaning and the reason for these different mitzvot. So for them, these statutes became like a mitzvot for us. Okay? This transformation of statutes into commandments, in other words, from something that we do that has no rational meaning to something that we do that we can't understand, can only happen in a person for whom the ordinary commandments are negated. What does it mean? One to whom they do not apply. A person, there are people who don't need commandments. Why don't they need the commandments? Because they do the right stuff anyway. They don't need to be commanded to do these things, because for them, there's something that they do naturally. They don't need to be commanded. They do it automatically, naturally, intuitively. So for these people, the commandments are negated in the sense that they don't need to be commanded to do these things, right? Such prohibitions, for example, as you shall not murder, should not commit adultery, you should not steal, are not appropriate to one who has broken down his desires. I mean, these people, they don't have desire. They don't have desire to do these forbidden things. They don't feel drawn to do these things. For them, it's wrong. And therefore, who makes use of his physical qualities never for himself, but only for the sake of God. People who don't have narcissistic needs, who don't have to put their ego first. I need to express power. I need to do this. I need to have this, therefore I need to steal. I need to have this woman, therefore I need to commit adultery. I mean, they don't have those needs. And therefore, the commandments don't apply to them. They have transcended. They moved on to a different level. And they only act not for themselves, but for the sake of God, right?
the fulfillment of his own needs is as repulsive to him as the filth of mud or excrement, for which any person, even without explicit warning, would naturally keep his distance. A person like this, to whom the other commandments no longer apply, has revealed to him the reasons for the statute. So these people have transcended. They have skipped the level of the commandments, and now they are in the level of chukim, which are more obscure. But for them, the chukim, which are obscure for them, for us, for them, they are clear as the light of the sun. They know exactly what these things mean. And they become to him as commandments. It is in this sense that our sages foretold that the commandments would be negated in Messianic times. We will have no need for the commandments in Messianic times. Why? Why will we not, when the world is perfected, when humanity has come to some level of perfection, where we have refined ourselves through the commandments? By the way, the commandments are given, letzarefet bahen et habriot. The commandments are given so that we can perfect our nature, that we don't feel drawn to do things that are destructive, forbidden, that are bad for ourselves, bad for others, bad for society, bad for the environment. When we have achieved such level of perfection, in other words, when we have come to Messianic times, when we've been redeemed from our own nature, in a sense, we have transcended our own sort of human nature, and we come to a higher level of existence, when we have refined ourselves, then what happens? We don't need the commandments, right? Because we just act intuitively in that way. We're refined, we're enlightened, okay? That's what sort of achieving enlightenment means, is I understand how I should act. Okay. For earth will be filled with the knowledge of God. Everybody will know God. And everybody will know, if you know God, you know what God wants of you. You know how to serve God. And therefore, you don't need to be commandment. A commandment, therefore, the Torah is only necessary because of our nature. If we could transcend our nature, our sins, our egos, our narcissistic desires, and so on and so forth, then we wouldn't need the Torah. We wouldn't need the commandments. Okay? They will have another Torah. So those who have transcended their own nature, they will have another Torah made up of statutes that have become commandments. We've reached the level of, we would only be commanded those things that now we don't understand, but later on we will understand. But as one goes from strength to strength, proceeding ever upward, so that's part of our journey, right? The journey is that we become more and more refined. The more we observe Torah, the more we live Torah, the more we know God, the more we ascend. We become more and more and more perfected. And as we ascend, proceeding ever upward, remember that it says that all these leaves and fruits have attached to branches that are attached to a trunk that have their root in heaven. So in many ways, it's the journey, the spiritual journey. It's an internal thing, not an external thing. It's an internal thing, is to make this journey, as you become more and more perfected through Torah, then you are reaching higher and higher levels and coming closer to the root. One reaches the root of the entire Torah and all the commandments. And what's the root? And that's going back to Sherry's comment. What's the root of the entire Torah? Where is the Torah rooted in? Ani Adonai Elohecha. We're going to read now in the Ten Commandments. The first thing that we hear is Anochi Adonai Elohecha. Anochi Adonai Elohecha is the root of all the commandments. By the way, many Hasidic teachers say that this is the only thing that they heard. That's the only thing that they heard. We're talking before about the voice Was it a sound? What did it have content? Did it have verbal content? Or was it just a sound? Many Hasidic teachers say the 10 Commandments, the only thing that they heard is Anochi Adonai Elohecha. I am Adonai your God. That's it. Some people say they only heard the word Anochi. God revealed only the word Anochi, I. That's the only thing they heard. The only thing they heard is the experience of God's self, the I. And one Hasidic teacher, Menachem Mendel of Brimanov, he says the only thing that they heard is the Aleph of Anochi. How does the Aleph sound? Silence. That's the Aleph of Anochi, is the silence of the Ein, of the nothingness. It's a very profound teaching. But here he says the root of all the commandments are rooted in one thing. They all lead to one thing. Whatever commandment you do, you sit here under the sukkah during Sukkot, you put on tefillin, you pray, you make Birkat Hamazon, whatever law that you do, any observance, ritual, you give tzedakah, you visit people who are sick, you attend to the needs of the dead, you comfort mourners, whatever you do, all the mitzvot, they have one root, one meaning, one higher meaning. The root of everything is Anochi Adonai Elohecha. That's why we do the commandments. They're all rooted there. Just to know God is the root of everything. Just to be one with God, in a sense. One with God. In many ways, the Hasidic teachers and mystics believe in this concept of monism. There's only one. There's only one. I mean, we think that we are divided. We are all different and separate from each other. Aaron is standing over there. I'm sitting over here. Martha is sitting over here. We are separate. Says it's an illusion. We're all one, and we're all part of the one. We are part of God. There's nothing but God. En od milvado, we say. There's nothing but God. Echad means we're all part of one. And the fact that we see each other as separate is just an illusion. So what does it mean that all the commandments lead to Anochi Adonai Elohecha? Means that everything that we do is basically an awareness. It should be an awareness that we're all part of the one, that we're all part of God. God is part of us. And we're all an expression of God. In other words, it's like the best example I've ever heard is like the sea, and you have the little wavelets, big waves, small waves. They appear for a little while and then they disappear. It's like us. We live here for a little while, then we disappear. We can be identified, like you can see, oh, here's a wave, here's another wave, but they're all part of the sea. They're all attached to the same oneness. They're expressions. They're pieces and expressions of the same oneness, and that's the same with us. And every time we do a commandment, in fact, we are in many ways expressing, it's an expression of God in the world. And so as we do it, as we do the commandments, in fact, the intention was that we would connect to the root, like Abraham and Moshe were able to connect to the root and feel connected to God. That's why we do all these things, is to feel, to know, I mean, with our heart, with our mind, with our heart, with all your mind, with all your heart, with all your might. Anochi Adonai Elohecha. This is the reason. And boundless, it says. Okay, and boundless. One reaches the root of the entire Torah and all the commandments, which is Anochi Adonai Elohecha and boundless. As one stands there, the power of all the commandments and statutes diminishes.
and all of them are negated. I mean, the more you come closer, the more refined, the more you ascend, the more you perfect, the more you feel part of that one, the commandments disappear. There's no more reason, there's no more need for the commandments in the sense. I mean, you just do them, like Abraham. That's going back to how did Abraham know? He knew. He didn't have to be told. He was at that level of perfection that we are very, very far from that, but that's what we aspire to. All of them are negated, since the evil urge itself has been negated. We don't sin anymore, as one stands in that upper place which exists before creation. So that's the journey. I mean, we are so far from that. But it's good to be reminded of why we do this. Why we're going to now do a service in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We're going to do a service. We're going to pray. We're going to read the Torah. We're going to receive the commandments. We're going to embrace the covenant. What for? What for is to feel our connection to God, to feel part of the one. Any comments? Joyce? Wait for Mark. Mark is on the way.
I think it's encompassed in the piyut that we sing, Kal Bruei Mala.
Yes, it's a beautiful piyut of Rabbi Shlomo Ibn Gabirol about oneness. We're all part of this one. And by the way, in that poem, he uses the word the Eidun, which means to become a witness, like we saw earlier in the Soloveitchik text at the beginning of the night, remember, a few hours ago? So this concept of witnessing, it's part of the covenant, is to witness, is to be a witness for God. When we say Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, the last letter of the word Shema is an Ayin, and it's it's enlarged in the Torah scroll. And the last letter of the word Echad is a Dalet. It's also enlarged. The Ayin and the Dalet form the word Ed. Ed means witness. And so we are here. All the commandments are to prepare us to be God's witnesses, to become God's witnesses in the world. Any other comments? Mark?
So in some sense, the end result, we're either at the level of angels or even one step ahead, one step above. Because going to the Midrash, the angels say to God, don't give the Torah to the people. And Moshe says, well, do you covet?
I quoted in my Torah Shabbat yesterday.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that Midrash.
So with that Midrash explains why people get the Torah and the angels don't.
That's right.
Now at the Messianic time, when we still have free will. Angels don't have free will.
That's right.
We still have free will, but our free will always leads us to choose the good in this Messianic time.
That's
so
correct.
we're a step above the angels.
We are above the angels. No question about it. The
the
angels
tr-
have
yeah.
no desire. They also have no sin, and we have to work hard. That's why we need the Torah. We need to do the spiritual work. What is better? To be given something for free, or to work for it and to earn it. Some people say, give it to me for free. Other people say, no, I want to earn it. I want to feel that I put the effort, that I did the work, that I challenged myself to earn this thing. I think the attitude, the most comfortable. Yeah, me too. Just give it to me. It's despicable. It's despicable. I don't want to give things for free. It means to give somebody something for free. I'm not talking about needy people. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who are able to give something for free. Is not to believe in that person's capacity to be able to acquire it, to be able to work for it. It's diminishing that person's power. And again, I'm not talking about people who are in need. Chas v'shalom. People say, why do you give it to them for free? Let them work for it. No, I'm not talking about that. Spiritual work,
putting the effort to do the spiritual work, to be able to refine yourself, to be able to ascend, and then you descend, and then you ascend again, and to be in this journey is the most powerful and beautiful and glorious thing. That's devotion. We're talking before about devotion. Devotion is just working for it. Devotion, being devoted to it. So of course we are superior than the angels. The angels don't have to do any work. And they are, the angels are messengers. I mean, they're needed. They're messengers of one. Each angel is messenger for one thing. They only have one task. We have many tasks. We do many things. We multitask in terms of mitzvot too. We can do many mitzvot. And we have to work for our spiritual progress. And so we are better than angels. And by the way, the tradition also says, what is better, somebody who does a mitzvah and is not commanded, or somebody who does a mitzvah and is commanded? Somebody who does a mitzvah and is commanded is superior. Any other comments? Okay, so now we've completed quite a number of wonderful sessions, and we are ready, I think, to get into the mood of praying. In a little while, it's going to start getting clearer. We're going to sing a piyut. I'm going to take 10 minutes to get ready. It's feeling a little warmer, right? There's no more wind. There's no more wind. That's why. And I want to sing this piyut, Adonai Eloheinu. It's on page 3. Some of you know it. Some of you don't know it. But those who don't know it will figure it out very quickly. Okay? Page 3. So the way it works is that the first half of the line, like Adonai Eloheinu, of each stanza, the first half of the line repeats always, okay? Just remember that, okay? Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Eloheinu, lekach tov natan elanu, al yad Moshe Rabbeinu, hodu l'Adonai ki tov. Now, so just a couple of words about this piyut. It was composed, the name of the author is omitted. His name is David Abichatzera. It was composed in the 20th century in Morocco, in a place called Tafilalt, which is a very important center of Jewish activity. There were many, many great scholars who came, particularly this family called Abu Chatzera that came from that place. And as you can see, every stanza ends with the words kitov, and most of them are quoted, all of them are quotes from the Torah, from the Tanakh, from the Bible, of things that are good. This is about the giving of the Torah is good. This is about this moment which we're about to celebrate is goodness. And this poem goes through all the 10 commandments. As you will see as we go through it, all 10 commandments are mentioned in this poem, so it's clearly about this Hag of Shavuot. Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Eloheinu, lekach tov natan elanu, al yad Moshe Rabbeinu, hodu l'Adonai ki tov. Donde yarad legano, donde yarad legano, ucheka lakideshanu, b'mitzvot avtziva, sur merava aseto. וביום שהשבת קודש, וביום שהשבת קודש,
הוא יום שישה לחודש, חתן כלתו קידש, כשבט אחימתו. דגלו עלי אהבה, דגלו עלי אהבה, דודי דגול מרבבה, אדוני מסיני, בא ותראה אותו כי טוב. אנוכי ולא יהיה, אנוכי ולא יהיה, דבר ממיתומך היה הווה ויהי, הוא הישר והטוב. ברוך הוא ברוך שמו, ברוך הוא ברוך שמו, אשר ציווה לעמו לא תישא לאו, שב שמו אמר אלוהים לא טוב. יום השבת מנוחה, יום השבת מנוחה, לא יגור בנחה כל ששון וכל שמח, והנה האור כי טוב. חיים וחסד לך, חיים וחסד לך, אם תכבד כל ימיך, אביך ואימך, אורך ימים וגם טוב. צלם אלוהים ודמות, צלם ודמות, לא תרצח כי מות תמות, גם חיות גם בהמות, כי אדוני לכל טוב. ישר חיל לא תנאף, ישר חיל לא תנאף, אזי לא יחרב, לא מלאך ולא סרח, אוהב ימים לראותו. רחוק תרחק לא תעשה, רחוק תרחק לא תעשה, לא תגנוב לא תכסה, אם בטוב אורת משה תמור ראותו. אמת כנה אל תמכור, אמת כנה אל תמכור, לא תענה כשיכור, לא תחמוד זכור תזכור, ומצוות אל תמנע טוב. חסין קדוש חוננו, חסין קדוש חוננו, זך וישר עננו, קבל תפילתנו, חסדך מחיים טוב. אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אלוהינו, לקח טוב נתן לנו, על יד משה רבה, הודו לאדוני כי טוב. חג שמח. So 10 minutes? 10 minutes, we'll start? Okay. So get a talit, get a sidur, anything you need. We have talitot in the back, we have sidurim in the back, we have chumashim. And let's maybe get a little closer so that we can feel the warmth and feel each other and hear each other. We're gonna, yeah. You guys are troopers. A little further, 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 yeah.
Are you going to be in camera still?
You're cold, man. All right. Everybody ready? Okay. Page 102. At the bottom of the page. 102 at the bottom of the page. Okay. Hareni mekabel alai mitzvat haboreh ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha l'reacha kamocha hareni mekabel alai mitzvat haboreh ואהבת לרעך כמוך, לרעך כמוך. Here we spend our whole evening, the whole night together studying Torah. We're an amazing group, community. We hope that our love for each other and fellowship will prevail and carry us through, not just today, but every day. And there's some people who say, some scholars who say, that the root of the whole Torah, the most important, Rabbi Akiva said, the most important or the most fundamental teaching of the Torah is Ve'afta l'reacha kamocha. All the mitzvot, like we just learned about Anochi Adonai Elohim Adonai your God, some say that all the mitzvot are for the sake of learning how to love another person as ourselves. So let's keep that in mind. I invite you to rise if you're able. Page 104, Birchot HaShachar. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam הנותן לשכל בבינה להבחין בין יום ובין לילה. Page 103. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשני בצלמו. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשני בן חורין. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשני ישראל. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם פוקח עברים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם מלביש ערומים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם מתיר אסורים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם זוקף כפופים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם רוקע הארץ על המים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם המחי מצעדי גבר. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם עושה צורקי. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם עושה ישראל בגבורה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם עוטר ישראל בתפארה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם הנותן ליעף כוח. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם המעביר חבלי שינה מעינת וממי עפעפיים. ואל תשליט בנו יצר הרע ותדביקני ביצר הטוב. ותננו היום ובכל יום לכן ולחסד ולרחמים בעיניך ובעיני כל רואינו ותגמלנו חסדים טובים. ברוך אתה אדוני גומל חסדים טובים לעמו ישראל. Page 120. 120. Few lines from the bottom. Elecha. Elecha Adonai Yekra Adonai Yekra Ve'el Adonai Yetchanan. Elecha Adonai Yekra Adonai Yekra Ve'el Adonai Yetchanan. Shema Adonai Shema Adonai v'choneni Shema Adonai Vechoneni Adonai Ozeli Shema Adonai Adonai Shema Adonai Vechoneni Adonai Ozeli הפכת מספדי למחולי, פיתחת שקי ותשמחה, למען אזמר לך כבוד ולא ידום, אדוני אלוהי, לעולם מודך. מונס קדיש, page 121. אמן. אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך לעולם ולעלמי עלמיה. Amen. 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 Page 122, if you're able to rise, Baruch She'amar. Baruch She'amar, v'haya olam baruch hu. Severeshit, Baruch Omer, v'oseh Baruch Kaim, Baruch Merachem al haaretz, Baruch Merachem al haberiyot. Baruch Meshalem Sachar Tov V'chai La'ad V'Ka'al L'Netzav V'Ruvat Ematzi, Baruch She'amar. יחיד חיי עולמים, משובח מוכר על ידי עצמו גדול.
יחיד חיי עולמים, מלך משובח מדיית שמו הגדול, ברוך אתה אדוני, מלך מעולל בתשבחות.
May be seated. Page 132. Hodul Adonai ki to. You may be seated. Ki leolam hasdo. Hodul Elohei Elohim ki leolam hasdo. Ay ay ay. Hodul Adonai Adonim ki leolam hasdo. נפלאות גדולות לבדו כי לעולם חסדו לעושה השמיים בתבונה כי לעולם חסדו לרוק הארץ על המים כי לעולם חסדו איי 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 לעושה גדולים כי לעולם חסדו את השמש לממשלת ביום כי לעולם חסדו את הירח וכוכבים לממשלות בלילה כי לעולם חסדו כמצרים בבחוריהם כי לעולם חסדו והיה יוצא ישראל מתוכם כי לעולם חסדו בהר הזקה ובזרוע נטויה כי לעולם חסדו לגוזר ים סוף לגזרים לעולם חסדו בישראל מצרנו כי לעולם חסדו נותן לחם לכל בשר כי לעולם חסדו הודו לאל השמיים כי לעולם חסדו איי 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 ניי 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 דידי דיי 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 דידי דיי 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 דידי דיי דידי דיי דיי דידי דיי דיי דידי דיי. Page 136. אשרי יושבי ביתך עוד יהללוך סלה עוד יהללוך סלה אשריהם שכחלו אשריהם שאדוני אלוהיו תהילה לדוד הלא ממך אלוהי המלך וברך שמך לעולם ועד
לכל יום אברכך וללה שמך לעולם ועד
גדול אדוני מהולל מאוד ולגדולתו אין חקר
דור לדור ישבח מעשיך וגבורתך יגידו
הנדל כבוד הודיך ודברי נפלאותיך עשיך
עזוז נורתך יאמרו גדולתך ספרנה
זכר רב טובך יביעו וצדקתך רננו
חנון ורחום אדוני ערך אפיים וגדל חסד
טוב אדוני לכל ורחמיו על כל מעשיו
יודוך אדוני כל מעשיך וחסידיך יברכוך
כבוד מלכותך יאמרו גבורתך ידברו
יודיע לבני אדם גבורותיו וכבוד אדם מלכותו
מלכותך מלכות כל עולמים וממשלתך בכל דור ודור
סומך אדוני לכל הנופלים וזוקף לכל הכפופים
אל נכל אליך יסברו ואתה נותן להם את אוכלם בעתו
פתח את ידיך ומצביע לכל חי רצון
צדיק אדוני בכל דרכיו וחסיד בכל מעשיו
קרוב אדוני לכל קורב לכל אשר יקראו באמת
רצון יראה ויעשה ותשבעת משמע ויושיב
שומע אדוני את כל אוהביו ואת כל הרשעים ישמיד
תהילת אדוני ידבר פיו יברך כל בשר שם קודשו לעולם ועד ואנחנו נברך יה מעתה ועד עולם הללויה. Page 141. Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Bekotcho, Hallelujah, Berki Ahuzo, Hallelujah, Bingeburotav, Hallelujah, בצלצלי תרועה כל הנשמה תהלל הללויה כל הנשמה תהלל הללויה. נשמת כל חי page 145. Everybody still awake? Okay.
נשמת כל חי, תברך את שמך אדוני אלוהינו, ברוח כל בשר, תפאר ותרומם זכרך מלכנו תמיד, מן העולם ועד העולם אתה אל, ומבלעדיך אין לנו מלך גואל ומושיע, פודה ומציר, ומפרנס ומרחם בכל צרה וצוקה, אין לנו מלך אלא אתה, אלוהי הראשונים והאחרונים, אלוה כל בריות, אדון כל תולדות, המהולל ברוב תשפחות, המנהג עולמו בחסד ובריאותיו ברחמים, באדוני לא ינום ולא יישן, המעורר ישנים, גם מקיץ נרדמים, גם מסיח אילמים, גם מתיר אסורים, והסומך נופלים, והזוקף כפופים, לך לבדך אנחנו מודים, אילופינו מלא שירה קיים, ולשוננו לנקמון גלה, ושפתותינו שבח כמרחבי רקיע, עינינו מילות כשם אין אנחנו מספיקים לתת לך לאבותינו. שעשית עם אבותינו ממצרים ילתנו, אדוני בבית עבדים פירתנו, ברב שנתנו. ברוח ונשמה שנפחת באפינו, ולשון אשר שמת בפינו, עיניהם ידעו ויברכו וישבחו ויפעלו. עצמותי תאמרנה אדוני מי כמוך. מי דמלך ומי שבלך ומי יערוך לך האל הגדול הגיבור והנורא אל עליון קונה שמיים וארץ נעלה לך ונשבחך ונפארך ונברך את שם קודשך כאמור לדוד ברכי נשי את אדוני וכל קרבי את שם קודשו האל ותעצומות עוזך הגדול בכבוד שמך הגיבור לנצח והנורא בנורותיך המלך היושב על כיסא רם ונישא שוכנת מרום וקדוש שמו בפי ישרים תתהלל ובדברי צדיקים תתברך בלשון חסידים תתרומם ובקרב קדושים תתקדש ומקלות רבבות עמך בית ישראל ורינה יתפאר שמך מלכנו
שכן חובת כל היצרים לפניך אדוני אלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו להודות להלל לשבח לפאר לרומם להדר לברך להלל ולקלס על כל דברי שירות ותשבחות דוד בן ישי עבדך משיחך
ישתבח שמך לעד מלכנו אל המלך שיר ושפח הלל וזמרה וממשלה נצח גדולה וגבורה תהילה ולשבחות ברכות והודעות מעתה ועד עולם ברוך אתה אדוני אל מלך גדול ותשפחות אל ההודעות נפלאות, אדוני נפלאות, הבוחר בשירי זמרה מלך, אל חי העולמים.
אמן. ויתקדש שמי רבה,
אמן.
ועל מה דברה חירותה, ועמך מלכותה, בחייכון ובחורף חיי לכל בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב, ויאמרו אמן.
יהי שם רבה מברך, לעלם ולעלמי עלמיה.
יהי שם רבה מבורך, לעלם ולמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח, ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתהלל, שמי קדושה ברכו. לעילם מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירן בעלמה, ויאמרו אמן.
Page 149. ברכו את אדוני המבורך. אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם יוצר אור ובורא חושך עושה שלום ובורא את הכל. Middle of page 152. המאיר לארץ ולאדוני רחמים, טוב מחדש בכל יום, תמיד מעשה בראשית. מה רב ומעשיך אדוני, כולם בכל מעשה ומזכיניך. תתברך אדוני אלוהינו על כל שבע מעשי ידיך ועל מאורי אור שעשית, יפרוך הסלע. תתברך צורנו מלכנו ובראנו קדושים שלמה שמך מלכנו. כולם אהובים.
כולם אהובים, כולם ברורים, כולם גיבורים, וכולם עושים בהם האווירה רצון קונם, וכולם פותחים את ביתם בקדושה ובטהרה, בשירה וזמרה מברכים ומשבחים, ומפארים ומעריצים ומקדשים וממליכים.
שם האל המלך הגדול, הגיבור והקדוש הוא, כולם מקבלים עליהם עול מלכות שמיים זה מזה, ונותנים רשות זה לזה להקדיש להוצאנה מנחת רוח, בשפה ברורה ובנימה קדושה כולם כאחד, עונים ואומרים ביראה,
קדוש,
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 אדוני
קדוש,
צבאות,
אדוני צבאות,
מלך
מלוך
כבודו.
ארץ כבודו.
האבנים וחיות הקודש בראש גדול מנסים לעומת שרפים, לעומתם משבחים ואומרים.
ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו, לאל ברוך ממותיתנו. המחדש בטובו בכל יום, תמיד מעשה בראשית. כאמור לעושה אורים גדולים, כאילו עולם חסדו, אור חדש על ציון תאיר, ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו. ברוך אתה אדוני יוצר המאורות, אל תעלם. אבינו מה ברחם ורחם עלינו והאר עינינו בתורתך ודבק ליבנו במצוותיך ויחד לבבנו לאהבה וליראה את שמך ולא נבוש לעולם ועד כי בשם קודשך הגדול והנורא בטחנו נרגילה ונשמחה בישועתך והביאנו לשלום מארבע כנפות הארץ ותוליכנו קוממיות לארצנו כי אל פועל ישועות אתה ובנו בחרת מכל עם ולשון וקרבתנו לשמך גדול סלע באמת חטאך באהבה. ברוך אתה אדוני, הבוחר בעמו ישראל באהבה. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך. והיה אם שמוע תשמעו צופה. אדוני אלוהיכם אמת ויציב ונכון וקיים וישר ונאמן ואהוב וחביב ונחמד ונעים ונורא ואדיר מתוקם מקובל וטוב ויפה הדבר הזה עלינו לעולם ועד. אמת אלוהי עולם מלכנו צור יעקב מגן ישענו לדור ודור הוא קיים ושמו קיים, וחיסון החול מלכותו ואמונתו לעד לקיימת. אמת שאתה הוא אדוני לאבותינו.
אמת שאתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו לאבותינו ואמותינו, מלכנו מלך אבותינו ואמותינו, גואלנו גואל אבותינו ואמותינו, יוצאנו צור ישועתנו בנו מצילנו מלעם שמך, אין אלוהים זולתך.
עזרת אבותינו אתה ומעולם, מגן ומושיע לבניהם בכל דור ודור. ממצרים גאלתנו, אדוני אלוהינו, מבית עבדים פדיתנו וכדור. המניסה גדול ונורא, משפיל גאים ומגביה שפלים, מוציא אסירים ופודה ענבים, ועוזר דלים, ועונה לעמו, בית לשבעם אליו, תהילות לאל עליון, ברוך הוא ומבורך, משה ומרים בני ישראל, לכוונו שירה, ובשמחה רבה, ואמרו כולם מי כמוך אלוהים אדוני, מי כמוך נהדר בקודש, נורא תרדף בשמך על שפת הים, יחד כולם הודו, והמליכו ואמרו איי איי איי, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. איי נה 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 צור ישראל, קומה בעזרת ישראל, ובטחינו ממך יהודה וישראל. גואלנו אדוני צבאות שמו קדוש ישראל, ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל. 306 is the Amidah.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu v'Elokei Avotenu v'Imotenu, Elokei Abraham, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov, Elokei Sarah, Elokei Rivka, Elokei Rachel, Elokei Lea, האל הגדול הגיבור והנורא, האל עליון, גומל חסדים טובים וקונה עגול, וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימהות, ומביא גואל מלך למען שמו באהבה, מלך עוזר חוקר מושיע ומגן. ברוך אתה אדוני מגן אברהם ובוגד שרה, אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחייב משימתה רב להושיע, מוריד עדל, מכלכל חיים בחסד, מחייב מתים ברחמים רבים, צומח נותנים ורופא חולים, ומגדיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו בשני עבר, מלחמות וגבולות, ומידו מלך, מלך ממית ומחיה, ומשמיח ישועה, ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים. ברוך אתה אדוני מחיה המתים.
מקדש את שמך בעולם, כשם שמקדישים אותו, בידיש מרמרו, ככתוב, על יד נביאך, אל זה ואמר, קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות, מלוך כל ארץ כבודו, אז בקול רעש גדול, אדיר וחזק משמיעים קול, מתנשאים לעומת סרפים, לעומתם ברוך יאמרו, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו, ממקומך מלכנו תופיע, ותמלוך עלינו, כי מחכים אנחנו לך. מתי תמלוך בציון, בקרוב בימינו, לעולם ועד תשכון. טוב ירושלים עירך לדור ודור ולנצח נצחים בינינו תהיינה מעלותיך כדם על ההמות ושעוזרך על ידי דוד משיח צדקך אלוהי לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור הללויה דור ודור נגיד גודלך ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש ושבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד כי למלך גדול וקדוש אתה ברוך אתה אדוני האל הקדוש. כולנו כלך ואור פניך 3:16. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר קדשנו במצוותיו וציוונו לקרוא את ההלל.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר קידשנו במצוותיו וציוונו לקרוא את ההלל.
הללויה. רם על כל גויים אדוני אל השמיים כבודו מכדוני אל השמיים. מקים ימי הפרדל מאשפות ירים אביון להושיבים נדיבים נדיבי עמו מושיב יקר את הבית תמר ונשמחה הללויה. בצאת ישראל ממצרים בית יעקב מעמלואל הייתה יהודה לקודשו ישראל ממשלותיו ים רב הינוס הירדן ייסוב לאחור ההרים רקדו חלים גבעות כבני צאן מבלך הים כתנוס הירדן תיסוב לאחור ההרים תרקדו חלים גבעות כבני צאן מלפני אלוהי יעקב ההופכי עצור הגמיים חלמיש למים ומים לנאי נאי נאי היי נאי 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 היי נאי 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 היי לשמך תנקם נחתך למיתך למלו כל אשר חפץ עשה צבן כסף וזהב עשה ידי אדם פעליים ולא דברו עיניים להם ולא יראו אוזניים להם ולא ישמעו אף להם ולא יחון ידיהם ולא ימישון רגליהם ולא יחלכו כמוהם יהיו זוסיהם כל אשר בוטח בהם ישראל בטח באדוני עזרם ומגינם ובטרון בטחו באדוני עזרם ומגינם יראה אדוני בטחו באדוני עזרם ומגינם אדוני זכרנו יברך את בית ישראל יברך את בית אהרון יברך יראה אדוני הקטנים הגדולים יוסף אדוני עליכם ועל בניכם ברוכים אתם לאדוני עושה שמיים בארץ שמיים לאדוני והארץ נתן לבני אדם לא המתים בהללויה ולא כל יודעי תומה ואנחנו נברך ים מעתה ועד עולם מעתה ועד עולם הללויה אהבתי כי שמענו את קולי תחנוני כי תאוזנוי ומרכב חנון אדוני וצדיק ואלוהינו מלכים שומר האמנתי כי אדבר אני עניתי מאוד אני עמדתי בחופשי כל אדם כוזב להשיב לאדוני כל תגמולו היא עלי כוסשו את אשר. לך בין אמתיך פיתחת למוסרי. נגדלי לאדוני ישלם, נגדנה לכל עמו, בחצרות בית אדוני בתוכך ירושלים, הללויה, הללו את אדוני כל גויים, שבחו כל האומים, כי גבר עלינו חסדו, באמת אדוני לעולם, הללויה. הודו לאדוני גיטו, כי לעולם חסדו, יאמר נא ישראל, כי לעולם חסדו, אלנה יאמרו נא בדרון, כי לעולם חסדו, יאמרו נא ירא אדוני, כי לעולם חסדו. מן המצר קראתי ענני במרחביה, אדוני לי לא ירא, מה יעשה לי אדם? אדוני לי בעוזרי, ואני אראה ושונאי, טוב לך עשות באדוני, מי בטוח באדם. טוב לך עשות באדוני, מי בטוח בנדיבים, כל גויים סבבוני, בשם אדוני כי עמילם, סבוני גם סבבוני, בשם אדוני כי עמילם, סבוני כדבורים, דוחו כאש קוצים, בשם אדוני כי עמילם, דחו דחיתני לנפול, ואדוני עזרני, עוזי וזמרתיה, ויהי לי לישועה. כל רינה וישועה, והעולה צדיקים, ימין אדוני עושה חיים, ימין אדוני רוממה, ימין אדוני עושה חיים, לא אמות כי אחיה, ואספר מעשיה, יסור יסרניה, ולמה ולא לצנני, פיתחו לי שערי צדק, אברהם אודיה, זה השער לאדוני, צדיקים יבואו בו. עודך כי עניתני ותהי לי לישועה.
עודך כי עניתני ותהי לי לישועה.
אבן מעשו הבונים, הייתה לראש פינה.
אבן מעשו הבונים, הייתה לראש פינה.
מת אדוני הייתה זאת, היא נפלאת בעינינו.
מת אדוני הייתה זאת, היא נפלאות בעינינו.
זה היום עשה אדוני, נגילה ונשמחה בו.
זה היום עשה אדוני, נגילה ונשמחה בו.
אדוני הושיענה. הצליחנה.
Ana Adonai, Atzlichana.
Ana Adonai, הצליחנה. בשם אדוני, ברכנוכם מבית אדוני. ברוך הבא בשם אדוני, ברכנוכם מבית אדוני. אל אדוני ויער לנו את חיים העמודים על קנות המזבח אל אדוני. אלי אתה ועודך, אלוהי ירוממך. אלי אתה ועודך, אלוהי ירוממך. הודו לאדוני כי טוב, כי לעולם חסדו. הודו לאדוני כי טוב, כי לעולם חסדו. יהללוך אדוני אלוהינו כל מעשיך. כי לך טוב להודות ולשמך נאה לזמר, כי מעולם ועד עולם אתה אל. ברוך אתה אדוני מלך מהולל בתשבחות. ינאי נאי 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 קדיש שלם 321.
יתגלה ויתגלה השם רבה.
אמן.
ועלמא דברה חיותי והמלך מלכותי בחייכון ומלכון בחיי לכל בית ישראל בגלה ובזמן קריב ואימרו.
אמן. יש מרבה מברך לעלם ולעלמי עלמי. יתברך וישתבח ויתפר ויתרומה ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמה לקודשא בריחו. אלא מן כל ברכתה שילתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמילן בעלמא ואמרו אמן.
אמן. תתקבץ לו אותנו ודהון דרכו ישראל קדמهم לשמיא ואימרו.
אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה חיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו אמן. סדר הוצאת התורה. You're sure the Torah are here? Okay. אין כמוך באלוהים אדוני ואין כמעשיך. מלכותך מלכות כל עולמים וממשלתך כל דור ודור. אדוני מלך אדוני מלך אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. אדוני עוז לעמו ייתן. אדוני יברך Rachmim, Etiva Virtzonech Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Gadelu Adonai iti uneromema, Shemo yachdav lecha. Adonai hagedula ve'hagevura ve'atiferet ve'hanetzach ve'havod, ki chol bashamayim uba'aretz, ki chol bashamayim uba'aretz. Lecha Adonai hamamlacha ve'amitnaseh lechol derot. Mipiel yevorach Yisrael, mipiel yevorach Yisrael. En adir k'Adonai ve'en baruch keben ha'merah, en gedola k'Torah ve'en dorshea k'Yisrael. Mipiel yevorach Yisrael, mipiel yevorach Yisrael. En adur k'Adonai ve'en bati keben ha'merah, en k'Torah ve'en chachamea k'Yisrael. Mipiel yevorach Yisrael, mipiel yevorach Yisrael. En tahor k'Adonai ve'en yachid keben ha'merah, en geula k'Torah ve'en lomdea k'Yisrael. Mipiel yevorach Yisrael, mipiel yevorach Yisrael. Okay, the reading, the Chumash, page 436. 436, the Chumashim on the shelf over there. Please help yourself. ויעזור ויגן ויושיע לכל החוסים בו ונאמר אמן. הכל הבו גודל ותרחבות לתורה תעמוד. רבקה חנה. בת ישר לב. ושנה רחל עליה ראשונה ברוך שנתן תורה לעמו ישראל בקדושתו, ואתם הדבקים באדוני אלוהיכם
חיים כולכם היום.
חיים כולכם היום.
Baruch et Adonai hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai hamvorach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hamvorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. בחודש השלישי לצאת בני ישראל מארץ מצרים, ביום הזה באו מדבר סיני, וייסעו מרפידים, ויבואו מדבר סיני, ויחנו במדבר, ויחן שם ישראל נגד ההר. ומשה עלה אל האלוהים, ויקרא אליו אדוני מן ההר לאמור, כה תום בשר לבית יעקב, ותגיד לבני ישראל, אתם ראיתם אשר עשיתי למצרים, ואשאתי אתכם על כנפי נשרים, ואביא אתכם אלי, ועתה אם שמוע תשמעו בקולי, ושמרתם את בריתי, והייתם לי סגולה מכל העמים, כי לי כל
כל הארץ, ואתם תהיו לי ממלכת כהנים וגוי קדוש. אלה הדברים אשר תדבר אל בני ישראל.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Amen. Hag Sameach, Asher Koach. We have the second aliyah. You're right here. Ya'amod.
Shmuel ben Yaakov Malka.
Shmuel ben Yaakov Malka, aliyah shniya.
Baruch Adonai HaBarach.
Baruch Adonai Barach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Barach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bacha banu mikol ha'amim v'nosan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayavohu Moshe vayikra leziknei ha'am vayasem lifneihem et kol hadvarim ha'ele asher tzivahu Adonai vayanu chalam yachdav vayomeru kol asher diber Adonai na'aseh. Vayashev Moshe et divrei ha'adam el Adonai. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe, hine anochi ba elecha be'av ha'anan ba'avor yishma'am v'daberim bach v'gam b'cha yaminu le'olam. Vayaked Moshe et divrei ha'adam el Adonai. Vayomer Adonai, Vayomer Adonai el Moshe, Vayomer Adonai el Moshe, leich el ha'am, v'kidashtam hayom u'machar, v'chibesu simelotam, v'hayu nechonim layom hashlishi, ki bayom hashlishi Yereit Adonai le'etnei chol ha'adam al har Sinai v'yigbaltato et ha'adam saviv le'bor yishamru lachem alot bahar u'negoa b'kotzeu kol hanogea bahar mot yumat lo tigah bo yad kisakol yisakel O yaro yarbe ibe by me shlo yichye bimesho chayoveya hey ma yaluvar.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet b'chayei olam v'tzachenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. תעמוד חיה מרים בת שינה והרצל לעלייה השלישית.
Where do we start? Vayeret, yeah.
Baruch Adonai Hambarach.
ברוך אדוני מבורך לעולם ועד.
Baruch Adonai Hambarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu im kol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
אמן. וירד משה מן ההר אל העם, ויקדש את העם, ויכבסו סמלותם. ויאמר אל העם, היו נכונים לשלושת ימים, אל תיגשו אל אישה. ויהי ביום השלישי, ויהי ביום השלישי, ביות הבוקר, ויהי קולות וברקים, וענן כבד על ההר, קול שופר חזק מאוד, ויחרד כל העם אשר במחנה. ויוצא משה את העם לקראת האלוהים מן המחנה, והתייצבו בתחתית ההר. והר סיני עשן כולו מפני אשר ירד עליו אדוני באש, ויעל עשנו כאש שנכבשן, ויחרד כל ההר מאוד, ויהי קול השופר הולך וחזק מאוד. משה ידבר והאלוהים יעננו בקול.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'techenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hagamel l'chayavim tabot shekmalani kol tu.
מי שגמלך כל טוב, הוא יגמלך כל טוב, סלע.
יעמדו
הרב דוב משה בן אברהם וחיה רחל.
הרב דוב משה
ואברהם.
ואברהם
וחיה רחל.
וחיה רחל
מלכה
ומלכה בת
אריה לב ושרה.
אריה לב ושרה לעלייה הרביעית.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך.
ברוך אדוני מבורך לעולם ועד.
ברוך אדוני מבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
אמן. וירד אדוני על הר סיני אל ראש ההר, ויקרא אדוני למשה אל ראש ההר, ויעל משה, ויאמר אדוני אל משה, רד העד בעם, פן ירסו אל אדוני לראות, ונפל ממנו רב, וגם הכהנים הניגשים אל אדוני יתקדשו, פן יפרוץ בהם אדוני. ויאמר משה אל אדוני, לא יוכל העם לעלות אל הר סיני, כי אתה העדות בנו לאמור, הגבל את ההר וקידשתו. ויאמר אליו אדוני לך רד, ועלית אתה ואהרון נמך, והכהנים והעם אל ירסו לעלות אל אדוני, פן יפרוץ בם. וירד משה אל העם, ויאמר עליהם. וידבר אלוהים את כל הדברים האלה לאמור, אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך אשר הוצאתיך מארץ מצרים מבית עבדים, לא יהיה לך אלוהים אחרים על פניי, לא תעשה לך פסל בכל תמונה אשר שמיים ממעל ואשר בארץ מתחת ואשר במים מתחת לארץ, לא תשתחווה להם ולא תעבדם, כי אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך אלקנה, פוקד עוון אבות על בנים, על שילשים ועל ריבעים לשונאי, ועושה חסד לאלפים לאוהבי ולשומרי מצוותי. לא תישא את שם אדוני אלוהיך לשווא, כי לא ינקה אדוני את אשר יישא את שמו לשווא. זכור את יום השבת לקדשו, 6 ימים תעמוד ועשית כל מלאכתך, ויום השביעי שבת לאדוני אלוהיך, לא תעשה כל מלאכה אתה ובנך וביתך, עבדך ואמתך ובהמתך וגרך אשר בשעריך, כי 6 ימים עשה אדוני את השמיים ואת הארץ, את הים ואת כל אשר בם, וינח ביום השביעי. על כן ברך אדוני את יום השבת ויקדשהו, כבד את אביך ואת אמך, למען יאריכון ימיך על האדמה אשר אדוני אלוהיך נותן לך. לא תרצח, לא תנאף, לא תגנוב, לא תענה ברעך את שקר, לא תחמוד בעת רעך, לא תחמוד אשת רעך ועבדו ואמתו ושורו וחמורו וכל אשר לרעך.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת חיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
תעמוד שירה רבקה בת אברהם ושרה לעלייה חמישית.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך.
ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד.
ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. אמן.
אמן. וכל העם רואים את הקולות ואת הלפידים ואת קול השופר ואת ההר השן וירעם וינועו ויעמדו מרחוק ויאמרו אל משה דבר אתה עמנו ונשמע ואל ידבר עמנו אלוהים פן נמות. ויאמר משה אל העם אל תיראו כי לבעבור נסוד אתכם באלוהים ובעבור תהיה יראתו על פניכם לבלתי תחטאו. ויעמוד העם ברחוק ומשה ניגש אל הערפל אשר שם אלוהים. ויאמר אדוני אל משה כה תאמר אל בני ישראל אתם ראיתם כי מן השמיים דיברתי עמכם לא תעשון איתי אלוהי כסף אלוהי זהב לא תעשו לכם מזבח אדמה תעשה לי וזבחת עליו את עולותיך ואת שלמך את צונך ואת בקרך בכל המקום אשר אזכיר את שמי אבוא אליך וברכתיך ומזבח אבנים תעשה לי לא תבנה תן גזית כי חרבך הנפת עליה ותחלליה ולא תעלה במעלות על מזבחי אשר לא תגלה ערוותך עליו.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
יתגדל ויתקדש שם רבי נלמד יברח חיותי וימליך מלכותי
בחייכונו יומכון ובחיי לכל בית ישראל בדלה ובזמן קריב אמרו אמן.
ישמר רבה מבורך לעולם לעולמי עולמי יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שם קודש יברכו לילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה תמירם לעלמה ואמרו אמן.
ולגלילת
At the
התורה.
end, we're going to get you. Don't worry. He's left.
וזאת התורה אשר עשה משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה.
You may be seated. The maftir is on page 932. 932. Who's coming? You come, Mark.
Rachmiel Alon.
יעמוד רחמיאל אלון
Ben Hirsch Moshe.
בן חרש משה
Vahana.
וחנה מפתיר.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך. ברוך אדוני ברך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר ברך בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
932 verse 26.
Amen. וביום הביקורים והקריבכם מנחה חדשה לאדוני בשבועותיכם מקרא קודש יהיה לכם כל מלאכת עבודה לא תעשו והקרבתם עולה לריח ניחוח לאדוני פרים נבחר שניים איל אחד שבעה כבשים בני שנה ומנחתם סולת בלולב ושמן 13 עשרונים לפר אחד 12 לאיל האחד יסרבון לכבש האחד לשבעה כבשים שעירים אחד לכפר עליכם מלבד עולת התמיד ומנחתו תעשו תמימים יהיו לכם ונזכיהם.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
יעמדוה עולים להג בת ולגלילת התורה. Please rise again.
וזאת התורה אשר עשה משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה.
You may be seated. Actually, don't be seated because we're going to put the Torah away. You have all an assignment. When you get home, get a little sleep, and then read the Haftarah. We're not going to read it now. It's a fantastic text. Really a trip, a mystical trip of the prophet Yechezkel, and you'll find it's the first 28 verses of the first chapter. And it's here on page 1321 if you'd like. I'm going to put the Torah away. Also, after you do Haftarah, you can do Musaf on your own at home. So we're going to put the Torah away.
בכל נתיב
204. Which melody do we want to sing? Kedorim?
Short reference. Moshienu atahu sheitiru avotenu lefanecha ketored asami elai 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 elai
עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה לראשית, שלא מצאנו כגויי ארצות, ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם לגורלנו בכל העולם. ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים בפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא. כמלכות שלך היא, ולעולמי תמלוך בכבוד, ככתוב בתורתך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. ונאמר היה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד. Mourners Kaddish, page 207.
יתגדל ויתקדש בני רבה.
Amen.
יעלמד יברח חירותך וימליך מלכותך, וחייכוי ומכון וחיה בכל בית ישראל, מעגל ובזמן קריב ימלאו אמן.
Amen. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמי.
יתברך וישתבח, יתפאר ותמר ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי וקדושה
ברכו.
לעילה מכל ברכתה ושיבתה ושבחתה ונחמתה, ואמירם בעלמא וימלאו אמן.
Amen.
יהי שלום ארנו שמיה, וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ימלאו אמן.
Amen.
עשה שלום במרומך ויעשה שלום, עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי בית תבל ימלאו.
Amen. Amen. Hag Sameach to everyone. Big yasher koach to all people who stayed up all night, and yasher koach to people who came, yes, in the cold, but now it's nicer, right? So we have a picnic. Those who want to join us in Riverside Park by Hippo Park towards 91st Street. At not now, hours from now, like 1 p.m. We'll see you there. If you'd like to join. We have services this evening at 8:15. It's very short, but we will need a minyan, so if you're able to come, we'd appreciate 8:15. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, and that will have Hallel, also Yizkor, and also selections from the book of Ruth, which we learned really tremendous things with Aaron today, this morning, last night, whenever it was.
Whenever it was.
And
Unclear. Yeah.
I'll need two people to help me carry these Torahs back downstairs to the Ark because they're going to be used in a few hours for the main service. So if there are two people that are able to help me, we'll take an elevator down and you can keep your
What's
talit on.
Tzemach Tzedek, the Nigun? Tzemach Tzedek, Nigun. The one we sing at services at the end, when the kids come in.
Amen. Hag Sameach.
I'm sorry, I cheated you out of Musaf.